going well today, isn't it, guys? It's alright, the girlfriends, really. I don't want to, yeah, I won't get into it. The stream's becoming... the stream can't be the fakest anymore, guys. I know that doesn't sound good, but if she wants to talk to me, I know she needs to know she's got my undivided attention and I'm not sitting there waiting to get back to fake. So the rule is if she rings after yesterday, that's it, man. He just goes off. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so what were we doing? What were we actually doing? Where am I? Move to player. Oh, so we've just done the bridge, haven't we? So I must have been looking at a quest. Oh, we were going to do the stuck trailer, weren't we? So we were going to come over here and try and do the rock slide while also getting... What is this stuck trailer? It just wants me to take the stuck trailer from there. Oh no, right, from there to there, which means getting that done. I think the best bet is going to be to recover then, isn't it? I think if we recover, leave garage, and head back up to the town, should be good to go, shouldn't we? Yeah, it's sad, Shades. It's... oh, mate. Oh... Things have got to change, man. The stream. Yeah. I don't even want to talk about it, but I'm going to have to, aren't I? What is real, really? Well, don't talk to Bob or Rosie, because I bet they can't answer that. The amount of freaking drugs that pair smoke by the sounds of it. I think I might quite enjoy their reality. It sounds a lot more fun than my reality, I can tell you that for a fact. Well, that's very kind of you, Bob. Thank you. Yeah, I can, Jaboshua. Or at least we think we can. It's not as simple, it's not quite as simple as that, but yeah. Just wanted to see what, I just wanted to see how, I said ages, but I'd give it a bash. It doesn't really matter because we don't have to play over there, but yeah, I said I'd have a look, and obviously with time now being very limited, I thought I'd at least have a look on one of these streams. It's sort of straightforward, but at the same time, I suppose there's a lot of eyes. There's a lot of bots out there now, aren't there? A huge number of bots sort of vying for your sort of attention. You know, Streamlabs has become like monolithic almost, hasn't it? It's almost almost everywhere in every facet of sort of modern day streaming video content, but there's a multitude of others sort of vying for your attention. And of course, as we always knew, as these bots and systems get ever more part of the day-to-day norm, and especially from a cultural element within various streaming platforms, they become almost a necessity, and at that point, that's when they start charging. And it starts off softly, doesn't it? You know, like a few things that you're not really interested in for that Premiership membership, you know, the Premier membership. A couple of quid here, a couple of quid there, and then before you know it, there's so many things that are integral to the sort of status quo on a platform that you'll say, oh Christ, I'm going to have to start forking out 10, 15, 20 pounds a month for something. Quite interesting, you know, outside of my own streaming experience, just watching the evolution, I think, of bots and streaming software. I still think it's a miracle that OBS. I think there should be a license thing. The amount of people that use OBS, you know, to make, I dread to think, hundreds of thousands of pounds a month and probably donate nothing to OBS. I've always, I get it, it's open source and all the rest of it, but man, they could have made billions. I don't think a single streamer wouldn't mind a little charge to OBS. I've always tried to donate once a month to them. But, Christ, that one would make billions, wouldn't it? Billions. Yeah, go for it, Necron. Yeah, just link it. It's okay. Sorry, yeah. Because I know statistically some of them look very similar, don't they? Like if you go on the A+, good, excellent ratings, some of them actually look very, very similar. I wonder if this is the same chart I read last time we played. Let's have a look. Whereas actually the overall design of them does give some. Oh yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah. Jesus Christ, look how complicated that looks. I know some of them. There was some interesting testing done. Like say you've got like two wheels that, from an on-screen display purpose, they look exactly the same. So they've got identical highway, off-road, and mud statistics, but actually they're not the same. So although the game, you know, it actually is different. You know, some of them do perform better in certain scenarios or on certain trucks and things, which was a level of complexity in the game that I never really got into, to be honest. Right, show task. What's this one here? Is this where we bring the trailer, is it? It's not saying anything. Stuck trailer. Let's carry on up the road then and see what the requirements for that blockade are. That reminds me of Unity trying to charge money for use or installs what it was. I think that mostly went away. I think that's very different. That's very, very different. What Unity did. I mean, the Unity situation was extremely complicated, and unfortunately there were far too many people who didn't know anything about it and waded in. It was a far more interesting topic than the drama, the knee-jerk reaction drama that came out of it. But it's like I said, OBS, I don't think anyone would mind if they said, okay, like, look, there's the basic streaming software, and everyone can use it. It's free of charge like it always was. But, you know, we're going to incorporate a few things into it. And, like, you know, it's just going to cost you like a couple of quid, a couple of £3 a month, you know. I think most people would be more than happy to. I think a lot of people start off giving a little bit of money to OBS. At least I'd like to think that. And then they forget. Because it's just a piece of software. It's like opening Calculator on Windows, or opening your, you know, your Chrome browser. It's just something that, as someone that streams, it just becomes so inherently part of your boot up sequence. You almost forget that, you know, there's people actively working on it. I don't think most people would mind just a couple of quid. Just to lock in, you know, to say, yeah, you know, I keep forgetting each month to give you a 10 or whatever it is. So sign me up for $2.99 with some extra frills, maybe. I don't think most people would really care. But it is a shame to know how many people use OBS on an almost daily basis and never once have donated to the team behind it. You know? Right, so start tracking. So metal beams and service spare parts. We definitely want to do this, don't we? And it is rock slide, isn't it? So metal beams we can get from town. Service spare parts we've got to get from the bloody warehouse. God damn it, dude. Let's go. Well, hang on. What about if we... Do you reckon this thing could get through here? Jesus, that's a long freaking way, dude, isn't it? Oh my god. Unless we can come up through here. Yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go and do... Let's give it a bash. Let's give it a bash. Let's go and pick up the... Let's pick up the metal beams, bring them up here, and then I'm going to go and see if we can do that death route up through the mud near the garage. 91% finished Amour. What do you have to do to 100% complete something? Is it like everything in the sense of... Is it just a case of like the main contracts count towards completion, or does it include like the really horrible things like the challenges, the time challenges? Because I really don't like the time challenges. I've never been a fan of that sort of stuff. And I don't like being on the clock for video games, you know. So I can understand 100% completion if it was like all the main contracts and maybe all the side quests and all, I don't know, like the watchtowers and maybe the, what am I thinking of? What do they call them? The parts that we salvage. That would make sense, but I hope you don't have to get like gold rating on all the challenges, because that would put me off even thinking about doing it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like the time challenges, Bob. I mean, some of them are okay, and sometimes it is nice to get in, you know, I suppose in a way, the reason I don't mind them being there, because one, they don't take a huge amount of development time, but sometimes it is nice to go back to a map in a ridiculously overpowered vehicle and race through those time trials, you know, as extra content. I'm going to assume you get something for completing, but I know we've done some on stream. We've definitely done some on stream. But yeah, they're like what I'd call filler. You know, it's not something I really pay any attention to. But you see, you still need to complete them though for 100% completion if you were going for like trophies and things on PlayStation or whatever. I don't think anyone cares about trophies on Steam because you can just hack those. Very chill game. Quite nice being in the old truck with the rain coming down, delivering our goods. So you just need to complete them, but not at gold level. That's not so bad, because I assume most of the bronze ones are fairly straightforward, right? And especially if you come back later, if you struggle with something that is a little AP for it, right? I seem to remember you do you get driver points and or money for the time trials? Unload. Perfect. Right. So what I'm actually going to recover, and we're going to see if we can get up there. I'm going to assume I can't actually get up the slope, but I'm going to try. I'm going to give it a bash. See if we can get up. I think it's here, isn't it? I think that if you can get through the trees, and it cuts out that nightmare bit of mud there, but this thing might be able to get up there. But let's just see. So if you actually, so when you say you can do it 3 times, you mean you can do it 3 times and get bronze for 3 times the rewards, or do you mean you can do it bronze, silver, and gold, and each one will cumulatively give you extra things? So I can do it for bronze, get a little bit, and then get later on get silver and get a little bit. Maybe I should actually. You're starting to make me think maybe I should do them now, dude. I think this thing's going to get up here with no problem. Oh my god, this truck is insane, dude. Wow, it's not even trying, bro. Wow. And obviously that route, I think, because there's a lot of big stones up here, which is why I wanted to... Oh, damn. You know, I never did. I never installed the raised suspension, did I? We've actually unlocked it. Yeah, some really big... Oh, well, I need to change the front bumper as well if I get a chance. There's some really big rocks up here, which are a bit of a nemesis for the lower suspension vehicles. nice and easy as she goes, boys. Fairly horizontal on the bed as well, so probably it might have worked to my advantage of not having raised bed, to be fair. Or sorry, raised suspension. You've played this one, haven't you, Bob? Have you actually played Snowrunner? I've never played. I don't think I've played Spin Tires or Mudrunner. I think I own them, or at least I think I did. But I'm not sure I've ever actually. I've certainly seen some of the. Was it Mudrunners was the original one, and then there was a bit of a legal hoo-ha, wasn't there? I think we got Spin Tires, and then obviously we ended up with Snowrunner, and now we're going to get Expeditions and Mudrunner game, aren't we? Because I would imagine this would be the sort of thing you'd really like. What one day, in many, many years to come, if gaming budgets remain viable, I think as tech and engines get ever more impressive, we will actually end up with like some of these more niche games becoming part of what is mainstream expectations within open world games. So, you know, like for example, you know, a game with a vehicle in it. And I guess that's what so many people were looking forward to with the day before, weren't they? Because it felt like an open world kind of GTA City with a third-person cover-esque shooter, The Division, crossed with a generic survival-esque game with the building of your own cabin and farm area, crossed with the vehicle and mud deformation of, say, something like Snowrunners, right? And, you know, you can sort of see why there were so many eyes on it. Why did I come here? What did we want? Service spare part. I only needed one, didn't I? Delivered to the right side of one service spare part. Shall I just take the one then? There's like literally no reason to take more, is there? Morning, Elegon. How are you, sir? How's things? How's it all going, dude? How's the family? So each run's separate. You'll get bronze first, you get that reward to run it again, you get bronze again, you get that reward. On your third run, you get silver or gold, you then get the gold amount. But what happens if you do it a fourth time then? So you're saying that like you only get 3 chances? And let's just say for argument's sake that the payouts are bronze, you get 1, whatever, arbitrary unit, who cares, whatever. So if you completed at bronze level, you get like 1 gold coin. Silver you get 2 gold coins, 3 you get gold you get 3 gold coins. So you're saying if I did it 3 times and got bronze, 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 that would be it for the whole playthrough? Like only ever get... Yeah, no 4th mission. Oh, wow. No 4th option. Mission disappears. Interesting. Wow. Okay. I did not know that. Or if I did, I certainly wasn't currently aware of it. I need more caffeine. I was wondering why I couldn't hear that well. I left my headset plugged in last night and it was 2 feet away. You know what? You know, that makes me chuckle actually, Bob, because as daft as that sounds, I've in the past, not during streaming, but I've had sound issues on my computer, and it's like, why is it so quiet? And it turns out the sound has been routed through my Oculus Rift headset, which is surprisingly loud, actually, when you've not got it on. So it's like, the sound's there, but like, what? Better again. You were sick for a couple of days. Oh dear, a lung infection. Much better now. Have to get back to work tomorrow. You're fine. It's not spread to the family, has it, Elegon? Yeah, they do, Jaboshua, because one of the problems with AMD graphics cards is that all the mud deformation starts causing these, like, it's actually really funny if you go and look at the screenshots, like these really weird, like, It almost looks like a graphical anomaly. These huge spikes of mud. And there's actually a mod, or actually it's not a mod. Well, it is a mod, but it's a script that runs every time you boot up Snowrunner. And it removes all deformation in the game, as if it's vanilla again. So, they do persist during your, I suppose, your slot here right now. But, I'm not sure about the only reason I'm questioning whether they persist on log out, log in is therefore why would AMD need that script to be run, if that makes sense? Because if it's purging it, the script only runs on game boot. So I'm not actually sure, because that makes no sense then, does it? So I'm not sure about that, Necron. It's making the round. The middle one is gone when you log in again. Are you on an AMD GPU? It's making the round. The middle one had a rough cough, but it's good now. And the eldest, who turned 18 last... Oh my god, is she 18? He. Oh my god, Elagor. Jesus, man. Oh god, time, Elagor. Where does it go, mate? Oh, dude. All the history of all these years, man. Ah, dearie me, boys. Dearie me. I reckon I can get through here, look. That's not going to be up because it's all downhill there, isn't it? I reckon we can get in there, drop down into the warehouse, and from there we should be able to get back on, and then we can do that other mission, can't we? So we're kind of doubling up on missions. No, not GPU, unless you have got an Intel GPU. You'll be the first person I know who has. Let's pop on the all-wheel drive. Yeah, I know it plagues. This game really does not like whether it's this game or this engine. Lots of issues with AMD GPUs, sadly. But like all good solid communities in the video games sort of world, you know, sometimes they come up with fixes themselves, don't they? Not like they have for the deformation. It's something to do. It only really happens in areas where you've got mud plus additional cover. So, for example, with snow. So if you've got mud and snow, what happens is the render pipeline on that goes completely doolally. And you end up with these like really weird deformations in the terrain, and it's ugly as hell. It's not one of those things that's like quirky, you can live with it. It looks terrible, and of course it can have quite a big impact on the games. What's that element? What's this restream malarkey? I thought for a moment it's an old stream just restreamed, or am I talking from the future with you guys in the past? Hey? What? You alright, Elagor? We are live, dude. Or at least I think we are. and unless Rosie and Bob have been wafting their beautiful hashish smoke over our way. Live with Restream. Live with Restream. I don't use Restream. Restream's like a multi-stream. I don't use that. What is that? What is that on Twitch? Let's have a look. Oh my god, it is as well. What the hell? I don't even use Restream, dude. Wow, isn't that weird? I'll tell you what's happened there. Well spotted there, Eleanor. I know what's happened there. A while back, I was looking into multi-streaming, and Restream is one of the ones you can use. And I'm going to assume at some point I granted Restream permission to have control over my Twitch account. So I can only guess that it is as soon as I stream. Well, that's interesting, actually. Like, see, this is the, you know, I was just talking earlier, guys, about like all this new, you know, the bots and the software and things like that. This is where it all starts getting a little, you know what I mean? Unbeknownst to you, you're sort of handing the keys to the kingdom to other services, aren't you? And it's the little things like this. It's amazing how many people got caught out with bits and things, and they're saying like, "Oh my God, you know, this service that, you know, I was using, like, I don't know, just to have like a bit alert," and they suddenly find out like 30% of their bits are not going to them. You know, it's that is a good example there, I think, of what I was saying earlier. Thank you, Oliver, as well. Very observant of you, mate. Let's sort that out and put a proper title on it. There we go. Now, what will be interesting, right, even though we're not using Restream, I wonder if it will change. Yeah, no, I know I'm on YouTube. No, yeah, we've already spoken about that. I mean, we know we're on there. That's what I'm saying. We're not using Restream. We're using the Chinese, what's it called, multi-output OBS plugin. So we're not even using Restream. But somehow it's obviously flagged us, hasn't it? I can see you over there automated. Although actually that's really interesting, because actually, although I can see you when I go over there, you're not actually showing in my pop-up, which is kind of weird. So unless let me just do this on my. Let me just do this. My friend signed up to that one that I did what? Restream. Restream's used widely. See, Restream's actually really good if you don't have good bandwidth. See, oh, there we go. No, see, it's almost like I have to type in. It's like I have to type in a few times in YouTube. I've heard about this bug. In order for it to show on other amalgamations, if you like, of chat. We're just testing to see if it's showing on my other Windows shows, because I can see automated in one, and obviously Botrix is there, which is the one that I thought I'd try to consolidate chat. Now Restream's actually really good. To be fair, Restream is an excellent service, and the reason for that is, let me just see if I can do a pop out on this pop out chat. And then if I go back to my normal chat. Yeah, because let's give you an example of what's happening here right now, right? So at the moment, I'm using OBS, using this wonderful thing that was created for VTubers, using an OBS multi-stream plugin, right? Get it from GitHub. What that enables me to do is it enables me to encode a stream, say 8,000 kilobits per second, and output it to Twitch. But I can also encode that stream against my own parameters direct to YouTube. Obviously, what that means is I could end up dual encoding and certainly double the bandwidth. But it gets quite complicated because obviously I can stream at a higher bandwidth to YouTube. But as long as you've got the power, you know, I can stream at 8,000 kilobits per second to say Twitch, and you know, to 15,000, whatever, 20,000 to YouTube. Restream is really good. I don't need Restream, which is why I chose not to use it. But what Restream will do is it will take your Twitch stream at the outbound bitrate you're streaming to Twitch, but then it will then broadcast it to YouTube. So in other words, you're not using double or more bandwidth, if that makes sense. Take care, Bob. Stay safe. So Restream's actually pretty cool. If you're, for people that just want to have some fun, they want to stream to TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, all simultaneously. They haven't got the best internet. It's quite cool, actually. You're right, Rubber Dub. The Jetson one is the future of travel. Sadly, UK is not ready. No idea what that means, to be honest, man. Rum got into the hash. Oh, dude, it's tempting, bro. Yeah. Not really. Yeah, I was gonna say. Restream clearly is invasive. Like they all want to know everything about your channel. They all do. So it's all data they're gathering, and they don't sell it on behind the scenes, don't they? But yeah, it's interesting stuff. Though. It's quite fascinating. Really. Alas, all too little, too late for me, but still interesting. I'll always pay attention to it. It's quite an interesting part of. Well, I guess it's not even about live streaming, is it? I mean, it's a very social element, isn't it? That's it. Your hashish mate's gone now, Rosie. That means you can smoke the rest all yourself, do you? Sorry, Captain Speed. I was just coming up. Do you like ATS and ETS? So I'm giving you an American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2 from that. Never really played them, dude, because as much as I like them, and I used to watch a lot of Sergeant Pepper, because he used to stream that a lot, didn't he? But I find them. I find them quite boring, to be honest. For me, for the stream, I like watching them, but I think for me as a streamer, there's not enough engagement there. I love watching it and listening to somebody else having a natter and having the convoys and all the rest of it. When multiplayer's behaving. But I think for me to stream it, I'd have to like have a wheel, a proper force feedback wheel, and I don't really have the setup to accommodate such fancy shenanigans, to be honest, dude. See, something like this is really good fun on the controller, right? I think if I was Euro Truck Simulator, I'd want the wheel, and therefore the whole stream becomes a little different, and my setup here would be a little bit different, because I have to repurpose all of this later of the evening for other things, and family members, if you like. So it's a bit more complicated than most. But yeah, I really like the games, and I actually really like the streams. But as someone who would stream it, no. Oh, close. So yeah, I think I own. I'm not sure if I own all the latest variants, but I certainly. I'm not even sure if I've actually played them on my Steam account. But I've got a few Steam accounts with various modded games on. I seem to remember we did delve into Euro Truck Simulator at one point. I think I actually got around to streaming it. What wasn't one of them? Didn't one of them have to have a mod? Would that be right, Captain Speedy? In order to enable multiplayer. This could be going back, we're probably talking a good few years here as well, dude. And I'm sure we looked into it and then had it, or at least had it up and running off stream. And I can't think what other game that would be. It's got to be American or Euro Truck Simulator, right? All the hash, Rosie, all the hash. That's it now, dude. Feet up, Bex Blue, pot in hand. Yeah, it does. Some of them are really weird, Swazzer. Yeah, I've even seen one. Not me personally, but someone sent me a screenshot where one of these bots specifically was asking for permission to stream on your channel. Now, that to me is very weird. I wouldn't touch that with a goddamn barge pole, mate. But you know when those little, are you aware this app is going to do this, 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 and this? And I think like a lot like Eulers, people are like, oh, I don't care, just click through it, right, without reading some of the finer points. There's Truckers MP for Euro Truck, but someone's got the added 8 player. Ah, so that's probably what it was. I was going to say, there's definitely an inherent memory there of me having spent some time to get one of those styles of games running in multiplayer. Because it wasn't there natively within the client. So that's probably what it is then, dude. Is weed legal in England? Well, not like, no, basically, long story short. I mean, yes, you can get medically prescribed stuff. But I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to just, it's a weird one, dude. I mean, for example, I've been multiple occasions in the city centre and just, you know, been like 2 feet away from someone blatantly smoking a big giant joint, and the police have walked past, not even raised an eyebrow, dude. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the unofficial / official laws are, but you know, you smell it all the time over here, dude. But I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to. You're certainly not allowed to sell it. I'm sure even owning a reasonable amount of it is probably going to get you done for possession at some point. But I'm curious how many seconds behind the YouTube stream over the Twitch stream. Is there a way for us to test that if we think about it logically? I mean, surely it's fairly obvious, right? I mean, if I just say now and you count the difference, is that going to be the easiest way to do it? See, if I do a countdown and then say clickety click, or I'll say hose pipe. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hose pipe. And then there's presumably going to be a bit of a delay between Twitch and YouTube, right? At least I would have thought so. SJ over on YouTube, hello. You're our first, unless I know you from Twitch, SJ. You are my first ever person that I don't know on Twitch who's spoken in our YouTube channel. Twitch for community, yeah. The trouble is, Twitch is dead for me, dude. Sadly, I've tried. It's not happening, dude. It's just not sustainable. And all the changes that will come in. When is it? Oh, when is it? Is it June? Where Prime subs? Because nearly all our subs are Prime subs. I won't even be able to afford the electricity bill at that point, dude. So it's just a no-go. You're trying to learn HTML and CSS. I'll start my own Twitch. You could go to Kick. Is that you, Miss Crew? A USJ on YouTube? How are you, mate? How's things? It's pulling my name from Google. SJ. When you're in the Netherlands, there was a British guy handing off all his excess weed and hash to me. He had an ounce that he said was all he could legally take back with him. Yeah, that's not accurate then, dude. So I don't know, he was off his face. There is no way you've ever been allowed to take weed into the UK, dude. Ever. You would get hit by customs hard, dude. So I don't know what he was smoking. There's no legal limit to me bringing weed into the UK. I don't know what crack he was smoking, bro. Now, if it's medical, I don't know, because I don't know much about the medical side of, you know, CBD and all the rest of it. But yeah, if you came through customs with a bag of weed, it don't matter how much you've got on you, questions are gonna be asked, man. It's not like cigarettes where you're allowed to bring in, like, I don't know, whatever it used to be. Was it a couple of hundred cigarettes without having to pay tax on it or something? Yeah, well, weed has never been allowed. Nah, that's nonsense, Space Pimp. Yeah, whoever you spoke to was completely deluded, especially in 2007, mate. I can assure you, bro. That you don't get a fine for trying to bring an ounce of weed through customs. Absolutely, definitely not, mate. Yeah, you're going to be having a very interesting meeting with the police at that point, mate. You are literally going to get done for drug smuggling. You're going to be spending some serious time with Her Majesty, mate. So yeah, whoever you were talking to clearly had smoked too much weed, I think, to be honest with you. Right, Riverside Repair. God, I should imagine it was quite serious in 2007, wasn't it? Have they got more lenient since then? I assume so. Service spare parts to the boatman's house. I reckon we can do that. Because we've got a good route here, haven't we? I'm gonna do a oh no, hang on. Before we do that, let's do the stock trailer, right? Which is that. We want to come over here, don't we? Let's see if this truck, let's see if it can meet its match today. Might be better coming down and then up, don't you think? Maybe. But we do want to make sure we get the stuck trailer and click start tracking, don't we? Otherwise we're gonna... Anyway, how are you, Space Pimp? You alright, fella? How's things with you, dude? You get deported? What? You get what? Is that what? So if you're a British citizen and you try to bring drugs through at customs, they would say, that's it. Not only are you not... I thought you'd get arrested. They wouldn't deport you, would they, Casco? No, not if you're a British citizen. Wouldn't they say, oh, hello, Mr. Casco. What's this in your pocket, mate? Oh, an ounce of weed. Well, we'll be informing the police, and they'll be here shortly. You're going to get done for possession. Probably, what do they call it? Something to sell, distribute. What do they call it? Intention to distribute. That's not the right phrase, is it? I think we might have to go around. Is it intent to supply? Yeah, you get done for possession, intent to supply, whatever actual smuggling across the borders. You'd be fucked, wouldn't you? You'd actually be in a lot of trouble, dude. Drug trafficking, yeah, there you go. Let's hope he made it, Pim. He's probably still in nick. Oh, I was told I could bring an axe through customs. Oh god, there's one point every minute, right? You're homicide, mate. Couch surfing. I'll get my junk. Oh no, Pimp. Really, dude. Oh, that sounds awful. What, you been doing that for long, Pimp? Yeah, absolutely. Medical cannabis is definitely a thing in the UK. 100%. Yeah, I know about that. I don't know how easy it is to get it. Blah blah blah. You know, all things like that. I'm sure. Different GP surgeries and different ailments and things and all the rest of it. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, you're certainly not. If you haven't got medical reason to be having it on you, it's illegal. I know most conversations. Apparently, the UK, if what I've been led to believe is true, it was actually, and globally. This is not just like Europe or anything. At one point, and I don't know if it still is, was the lead manufacturer of medical grade marijuana for the entire globe, apparently. I don't know where the hell they were growing it all, but... You wouldn't even get to the place that would be border and customs. Not meant to be particularly nice. Well, yeah, but border and customs would then... Would they bypass the police then? Would the border and customs check not say, okay, we found drugs on you? Do they not then inform the police? Is it... No? Yeah, so it sounds like he probably smoked a bit too much of his own stash, to be honest, pimp. He had 5 ounces, right? So he gave you 3, smoked 1, and then thought he'd get away with the other one. It is, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it's not about the cannabis plant reel. It's CBD and THC. CBT is supposed to be, you know, but according to the belief system, the CBD and the CBD oil, for example, is the medical element. The THC, which is all part of the plant, is the what you'd call the high of marijuana, isn't it? So, for example, you could have CBD oil, and in theory, it would only give you pain relief if it worked correctly for whatever ailment you're taking it for, but you wouldn't get the THC happy feeling or whatever. Because you got to remember, it's all genetically grown now to give different feelings. You know, that it's not like it used to be where it was just some dude around the back of the Prince of Wales. You can actually get very specific, highly accurate THC content. Some designed to give you a buzz, some designed to give you a chill. Even down to like something just to mellow you out in the last half an hour before you go to sleep. It's an incredible industry now, man. I think, for example, CBD in the UK. So say, for example, in the UK, you can get, for example, CBD stuff. So you can get CBD vapes, CBD oils, and you don't need, I believe, any medical permission to do that. I believe, because it doesn't have any THC content. Bit of a grey area for me, though, to be honest. They have their own powers, I believe. Border Patrol is usually a federal agency. Cops are usually local. Yeah, I don't know how it works in the UK. It's interesting. I've never thought about it. Yeah, like you said, they probably don't even ring the local constabulary, do they? It's just like, yeah, you know, customs and excise, that's it. You're nicked, mate. And yeah, you're screwed. You've been arrested by Americans and prosecuted by the British government. So it's a great story. Oh, pray tell, automated. CBD's not illegal. Yeah, CBD's like the medical side. THC is like that, the happy juice. Both are in weed, but yeah, that's right. Yeah, but they have CBD anyway. Yeah, and I think you can buy that in the UK. I think you can, pimp. I'm sure you can. THC is the high, that part is illegal. The CBD is for anxiousness, pain, etc. CBD is okay in the UK, I think. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. I mean, I've never looked into it, but I think you can just buy it, can't you? Online. I don't think there's any restrictions about it. Don't they even sell it in like some of the health stores? Like CBD tablets and things? My missus was a researcher growing tons of hemp, had the THC removed, but still need 24-hour security measures because stoners just can't. Yeah, well, this is the problem, isn't it? Yeah. People have made a fortune selling weed that doesn't actually have any THC in it because people are stupid. Caledon Pharmaceuticals, which is a manufacturing facility in Birmingham, where it grows cannabis and extracts cannabinoid active pharmaceutical ingredients. Oh, wow, man. Whoa. Wonder where that is. I wonder if there's a back door. No fun stuff in CBD. No, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Holland about. Yeah, can you? Can you buy CBD? Yeah, I'm sure I've seen tablets. I don't know why this is ringing a bell. I'm sure I've seen CBD tablets. You certainly get it online, but one could argue you can buy anything online. Right? Oh, hang on. We want to be backing in there, don't we? I'm not sure this is going to be able to pull that out. I mean, I've still got the diff lock and the low gear as a backup. I think even the old Fleet Star might have some doubts with this one. Our hemp farms have to have stupid security and license because of stupid people. Her, what's that, Woolsey? Her EIS. I have to hide mine because my housing is federally subsidised and weed is federally illegal. Oh yeah, because it gets really weird over there, doesn't it? We're like state and federal laws and stuff. Yeah, it's mad. The world's good. The world's just too complicated. The world's just too. I do know one thing, right? Of all the people I've ever known that smoke weed, right? Look, I'm a bloke like the next one. And look, alcohol can be a lot of fun, right? And it is, and it's silly and it's goofy and all the rest of it. But most people don't drink like that, do they? And I think it's got worse since lockdown as well. I know I'd rather be hanging around with a couple of potheads than a couple of smashed drunk people. But again, you know, it's like all things, isn't it? So, you know, so sometimes I've been around people that are stoned and they're just so fucking out of it, man. You know, they're no harm to anyone, which is a good thing. Whereas, you know, overindulgence with alcohol just seems to be a bad recipe for a lot of people, doesn't it? But the pots makers, as much as they sometimes seem to just completely fucking shut down, they're just quite happy in their own little world, right? It's kind of chill, right? It's been a long time since I saw the giggly pothead. I don't know whether that's just like because this stuff's so fucking strong these days, you know. Right, show task. Yeah, we're doing the right one. Let's attach the trailer. I'm sure not too many people have committed. I should mention the only crimes that people who smoke pot have committed are just dumb fuckery, right? Like really silly things, like stolen a Snickers from the local supermarket because they're too stoned to remember they forgot to pay, right? Whereas alcohol, I know many people in my life, sadly, that have been negatively impacted by alcohol, including one very dear friend of mine who fell off a car park balcony and suffered a head injury that led to her no longer being able to talk and having major mobility issues. And that was because she was prattling about on a car park ledge and fell off the fucking thing. Just one night. Fell off a fucking balcony. Fucking tragic. And I'll never forget that the first time we saw her out and about again, you know, she looked pretty normal. But as soon as she spoke, you know, like people who've never been able to hear. But they obviously try to talk and they have that, you know, some things, because she'd already spoken, you could hear her trying to articulate the words, but they just wouldn't come, man. It was heartbreaking, man. She was a really bubbly character as well. Very sad. I don't seem to be getting anywhere, guys. What we could try is, we could try unloading, so and then getting up there and winching it out, couldn't we? Despite that, my area stinks of really strong weed from about 8 o'clock. It's so, the weed is so strong these days, isn't it? You can smell it a mile away. The dimwits who smoke pot and think they're okay to drive. Is that illegal? Like, say for example, it's an interesting one. I've never thought about this. So, like, if you're stopped by the police, they'll do a breathalyzer, won't they? And if you're over the limit, and in my opinion, even if you even had alcohol in the system, you shouldn't be driving. I don't care whether there's a limit or not. You just shouldn't. If you've had a drink, you shouldn't be drinking. End of fucking driving. End of story. I've got zero tolerance on that. Again, because of bad things in there. But there's no such thing as half a pint in my book. If you're gonna drive, you don't fucking drink. End of. What I was gonna say. So let's say you get pulled over, but you're just stoned. What can the British police do about that? I mean, they can't. Can they say, right, I don't know. Do they do a blood test? Can they take you back to them? They can do a blood test and say, aha, you've got marijuana in your system, whatever it is, THC in your system, and therefore you're in trouble. I mean, is there a law? You know, you're not allowed to drink and drive, but you're allowed to smoke and drive. I've got no idea about the law on that. And like, for example, the police, do they have, like, you know, the equivalent of, like, you know, you've got, what's they called? A breathalyzer. You've got a breathalyzer for alcohol. Do they have something in the equivalent for weed, if that's the case? They blow into this side. How does it all work? What's an MMJ card? Medical marijuana something? It's an old legislature in the US. The entire world was using hemp, but the US had a cotton market. The cotton lobbying industry is basically the main reason weed is illegal. Guilt by association even. Oh, really? Smoking and driving is illegal. The police in the UK now have drug wipe kits. Okay, so when you say drug wipe, what is it? How does that work? Drug driving is illegal. Even some prescription drugs can be classed as drug driving. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I can, you know, don't operate heavy machinery. Don't take this medication and drive. I can understand that, but I'm just interested in weed specifically. Driving under the influence and driving while intoxicated, I assume. THC stays in your system for nearly a month. Yeah, they do have a machine to detect. Well, so like the police out on the road would actually have a machine in the. So if they suspect you of having, so they could stop you and say blow into this, and they're checking for alcohol, and then blow into this, they're checking for weed, and if there's traces of, I assume, THC. Oh, there's someone at my door. Hang on. I'm back. So they do a swab of your mouth, and 8 minutes later they can see if you're over the specified limit. Ah, right. So, so it's cannabis and cocaine. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. So, yeah. So basically, don't be a dick then, yeah? Right. We want to take the stuck trailer back there, don't we? So we're going to come out of here, along there. We're going to come into, say, let's pop one there. Straight through, in and up. This truck is an absolute beast, man. An absolute beast, bro. I'm not quite going to get around that corner, am I? Nice. Oh, your buddy got driving under the influence, but let the possession charge drop. Well, I'd say the problem is, there's an interesting thing though, isn't it? I mean, I suppose, look, I'm not trying to justify it, but I suppose, like, with alcohol, right, it's all been very clinical over the years, hasn't it? You know, in the UK, it was always about units and the amount of units you should have per week, and you know what a pint of lager is, you know, give or take, but most lagers are around the same percent unless you're going for the city stuff, you know. So, you know, and you kind of know yourself and you think, you know, if I have like one pint with my dinner and I don't drive for a couple of hours, I'm going to be all right. I suppose with weed, it's like, how do you know? You know, what do they even set as the limit, you know? You know, what is the blood sort of level that is permitted, or is it just like zero tolerance? You know, it'd be interesting to know like the science behind, because alcohol you can sort of get your head around, can't you? Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Am I going the right way? I feel like I'm not going the right way. We are going the right way. You wouldn't drive high. Probably, would probably not go over 10 miles an hour. I was going to say, I should imagine, it'd be like... I should imagine 10 miles an hour feels like 100 miles an hour, right? I'm not sure what the levels are there. Yeah, that's what I mean. How do you measure something like that? A lot of people saying they get done 2 days after having a smoke. Is that because it's someone saying it stays in your blood for so long? Then? Yeah. Whereas alcohol is much more, I guess, understood in how it's purged through the body, isn't it? You know, there's a lot of science behind that. But it's like I said, it's only because in the UK things are fairly standardised. You know, most lagers are around the same alcohol concentration. Let's be honest, it's fairly low anyway. You know, most spirits that we would drink in a pub, again, unless you're going for the wacky stuff, it's going to be, you know, 40%, 37.5% by volume. But, you know, like with marijuana, who knows, you know? If you're buying it from some dude round the back of the pub, you got no idea, have you, man? So, yeah, take care of it, mate. Stay safe out there, bro. Your company stopped testing for weed. Terpenes have different effects, like the strains I use actually help my ADHD. What's that Bill and Ted's do? Oh, I haven't seen Bill. They did 2 Bill and Ted's, didn't they? With the 2? That was the Wild Stallions, wasn't it? Oh my god, they're bloody old now, aren't they? Oh, what was Keanu? What was the other fellas now with the curly hair? Because obviously Keanu Reeves is a household name these days. What was the name of the other actor? So you didn't even test with your job, it's working for the feds as a contractor. Oh my god. This is where we're bringing this, right? I am off this now. Oh, that's a nice bit of cash, boys. That's a nice bit of cash, lads. Good stuff. This is going remarkably well. Right, missing machinery. We kind of know that one's a weird one. Local entertainment is the barrels. We don't want to do that. Riverside repair. That would be a good one to get done. Service spare parts and wooden planks. Now, the wooden planks are going to be easy. Let's start with the wooden planks because they are literally just down there, aren't they? So if we back up, come through town, through there. I've just suddenly noticed I can hear music. I don't think I've actually heard the music in the game before. So start tracking 2 wooden planks. Let's do it, boys. Alex, is that his name? Is it not Alex Winter? Well, is it? I mean, I know I've seen him in something other than Bill and Ted's. In fact, a couple of things, if I remember. But I can't. He's a very unique-looking gentleman, isn't he? I just can't picture what films it would have been. Where was Keanu? Because Keanu Reeves, I mean, I could be wrong here, but I mean, for me, where did Keanu Reeves first get his break? Was it Bill and Ted's? And then didn't he do something like, was it Speed or something like that? Where the coach or whatever, the bus was like hijacked and he couldn't. Was it Sandra Bullock? But was that like where he became firmly cemented, not just as a bit of a dweeby dork, but kind of cool for people of the age character? Was it Lost Boys, was it? Oh my god, Doc, was he really? Oh, he was, wasn't he? Yes, well thought. Oh, Doc, nice one, bro. Yeah, definitely. That was Alex, yeah? Probably Bill and Ted said, yeah, Dracula, Joshua. Dracula. Wasn't that... What do you mean by Dracula? What, Keanu played a Dracula? I know there was like obviously Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt and all that one. Interview with the Vampire. I don't remember... I can't think of Keanu as a Bram Stoker. There's loads of Bram Stoker's Draculas there. I don't remember Keanu being a vampire. Oh, I need to check that out. I don't think I've seen that. Dude, where's my car? Was that Keanu? Was it? Point Break. He was, yeah. That was with Patrick Swayze, wasn't it? He played like the police undercover, didn't he? Keanu in that. Good film, actually. Good film. Keanu wasn't a vampire. Yeah, well, yeah, whether he played the vampire or the Van Helsing equivalent or whatever, I just don't remember. I just can't picture him in a film like that. Wooden planks. 1, 2. Very nice. It was in Parenthood. I've heard of the name. Hasn't had a remake, Parenthood. So it seems I don't know. It feels like something I've watched fairly recently. And anything before Bill and Ted's must be freaking ancient, right? When the hell did that launch? Bill and Ted's is proper old, isn't it? And Keanu's had a really bad life, though, right? I mean, didn't his wife die? And his, like, child die? I don't want to say anymore, because I honestly don't know how accurate all this is, but I'm sure he's had one of the most fucking horrendous, like, lives. I mean, look, I know the guy's earned a lot of money and he's very wealthy, but hasn't he had some of the most terrible things happen, man? I'm sure it was his wife and their child both passed away. It don't even bear thinking about, does it, man? Was Keanu really in Lost Boys? No. Doc and I were talking about Alex Winter, I think, if that's where you getting that from. Alex Winter was, he was Bill, right? He played Bill. Keanu played Ted, didn't he? Is that right? And I think Alex Winter, who played Bill, was one of the guys. I seem to remember, I can't quite picture him, but it's the hair. Because that was Kiefer Sutherland and company, wasn't it? Yeah, Matrix as well. And that, what was the name of that? Anne. What was her name? What was Trinity's name? What was the actress's name? Yeah, that was what I was going to say. I mean, where did he start? I mean, we will all. I mean, I should imagine everyone here knows the Matrix. And that was it. After that, wasn't it? He was firmly cemented as one of the big times, wasn't he? That was it. Carrie-Anne Moss's Trinity. Yeah. Amazing films. His wife, Sime, is that, gave birth 8 months into her pregnancy and the child was stillborn. And didn't she die as well, though? Didn't his wife die as well? I don't mean like in childbirth, or at least I hope not. Not that her dying anyway is a good thing. But you've never seen Matrix? Oh my god, Elegant. What, are you for real, dude? A man of your age never watched The Matrix. How is that even possible, dude? That's crazy, man. Jesus, Elegon. It was probably one of the most influential films, like for modern day audiences, and I don't just mean because of the story, but some of it completely revolutionized cinema, Elegon. You're clearly taking the piss. I just don't see how anyone of your age can't have watched The Matrix. Unless you've just been doing hard drugs all your life, which I find hard to believe, to be honest. Oh my god. Oh, I've seen... This is that weird-looking Dracula with the hair, isn't it? Francis Ford Coppola. Gary... Oh my god, look. Gary Oldman, Winona Ryder, Anthony Hopkins. Man, what a cast. And Keanu Reeves played Jonathan Harker. Dude, I'll have to watch that. I've not seen that for years, man. Good catch, Jiboshi. And in 2001, she was killed when a car collided with 3 parked cars. Oh, man. It's awful, isn't it, dude? Imagine losing your daughter and then losing your wife like that. Fucking hell, bro. Awful, mate. Is there a way to delete that specific marker? Like if I do... Ah, you can if you miss one. God, this game's actually really... You know, there's a couple of quirks, I think, with the missions that could be made a little bit more user-friendly. I thought, I was going to say, you must have been having a wind up there, Elegon. I was about to say, like, you know what was more... It would have been a more interesting conversation if you hadn't seen it, because of course, if you go and watch The Matrix now, you're probably going to be more focused on the sort of head-popping story because, you know, a lot of the extremely revolutionary cinematography that was introduced with The Matrix has become like run-of-the-mill, to be honest. And, of course, CGI is now so vastly surpassed, you know, even the differentiation between reality and CGI is very hard to tell these days, isn't it? So you know, it'd be interesting, actually. I should imagine for a modern-day audience, you know, a young child, you know, teenager today watching The Matrix, it probably wouldn't be as influential, to be fair. I mean, it's an amazing story. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a fantastic series of films, but I think it was also something very special at the time for other reasons. You know, we really hadn't seen anything like it, had we? Yeah, the bullet time effects, yeah. I remember watching some absolutely brilliant behind-the-scenes stuff of the filming of The Matrix over the years. Incredible, mate. Hugo Weaving, that's Agent Smith, is it? They split after the death of the kid and then they reconciled. Honestly, is that a really shitty life? And I think people think he's, you know, considering, you know, where he started for many people as this, like, sort of just silly, don't take life seriously Bill and Ted character. And, you know, of course, he's always been that guy in Hollywood that I think most people have always... the amount of footage of him, like, just doing normal things, right? I don't think a day goes by if you were to follow Keanu Reeves where you won't find him sitting on you know, a subway train somewhere in America giving up a seat for someone or just minding his own business, reading a book. He's just like a complete, you know, for all intents and purposes, like a completely normal person. Yeah. But more importantly, more than a normal person, an actually really nice person. You know, that seems to care a lot about a lot of people and a lot of things. And I should imagine a lot of people probably aspire to be, you know, a bit more like Keanu in some ways. But I think when you see the heartache he's been through, Jesus Christ, I mean, no wonder he's got a better perspective on things. You know, when you've lost everything in your life, you know, it's the little things, isn't it? It's the little things that happen each day that are going to bring a smile to your face. You know, he's not chasing the money, he's not chasing the fame. Right? He's been there, he's seen that, and it don't matter. Your fate conspires to destroy everything. What are you left with, man? What are you left with? Where am I going the right way? Yes. Riverside repair the boatman's house. You don't like films, though? What? You're not a big. I must admit, I'm a massive film. I actually like watching the odd bad film. I don't sound silly, but it helps me reset the expectations I have, because I found the big stuff in Hollywood these days to be so just terribly boring. It's like all they're chasing really is the award, not actually trying to make something fantastic. You know, I've got quite soured by some of these so-called big films that I've actually found terminally dull, to be honest. And the only reason they exist seems to be, you know, get the BAFTA, get the Globe, whatever it is. Where am I supposed to be? Oh, it's over there. I think I'm going to have to go. Oh, there's something more around the back. You forced to watch bad stuff all the time, Josh. Is that because Faith and you have very different opinions on what is good? My only downside with the girlfriend is she's really not into zombie films. And let's be honest, there ain't that many zombie films, so it's really not a problem. And she's not a fan of superheroes. And I'm going to be honest, neither am I these days. So we're quite happy. We tend to watch very similar things. The only difference is she does like a bit of mindless TV. She needs it with everything that's going on in her life. She needs to just be able to turn off it and just like forget the world a little bit at times. So she will like watch Fly on the Wall, you know, doctors, surgeons, you know, the paramedics, that sort of stuff. Which, and I can't watch that kind of thing. I need to watch a film or a series. Take care, Necron. Stay safe out there, man. Stay safe. Thanks for your help today, Necron, as well. Appreciate it, bro. Can I hear a dog barking? Oh, I didn't see Pavel. Sorry, Pavel. I didn't have the screen. I've got to stop doing that. If you're out there, Pavel, I do apologise. Hiya, Smith. Sorry, I actually closed it down. I've got to get out of the habit of doing that. Have you only just didn't realise my name is different on the Google account? Sorry, mate. I missed you there, Smith. It's so bad. Hang on, what? So what? So give us an example of something that you've not liked, Jaboshua. What else do we need? We want to get the service parts, and the service parts are, of course, in the dreaded, although not anymore, warehouse, aren't they? So I think again, we just simply recall. We go up the hill, straight through. Grab the metal parts. This truck is absolutely awesome, dude. I love this truck, man. It's an absolute pleasure playing this game. Could you hear a dog? Could anyone else hear a dog there? It wasn't my dogs, because my dogs aren't like that sounded like a proper dog. My dogs sound like, well, either an angry squirrel or a yelpy knobber. You having a right now behind your back? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. There's been about 4 messages. don't you give me the fear of missing out, Shades. The Fleet Star becomes OP. This is glorious, man. This is such a good truck. We did a. It's the first time, I think, Caskell, where I've actually listened to the. One of the very first thing the game tells you is to go and unlock all the watchtowers and get the upgrades, doesn't it? It literally tells you in the first, like, 2 minutes of playing the game. And I think this is the first time I've ever explored in this Chevy properly, to be honest. Absolute game changer. And I've actually got the raised suspension, which I still haven't installed yet, because it feels like I don't need it in the areas I'm currently doing, and why make them more top-heavy, right? Yeah, is it? Yeah, thanks, Sean. I was going to say, I really thought I could hear like a really nice woofy bark when we were at the cabin. Oh no, they're the wolves vipers. Yeah, we're talking about dogs. It looks like some of the cabins have got dogs in them. The wolves are actually visible at night with the eyes, aren't they? There's a few locations on the map where you can see them. Yeah, the control scheme's really good. Yeah. It is. It's very well done. It's excellent on a controller, this game. Absolutely flawlessly done, to be honest. You know, yeah, there are a couple of times where using the mouse is a little easier to decide where you attach your winch points, but it's really not that hard. It really isn't. You know, it just takes you a few seconds longer, you know, if you want to attach it, you know. Instead of clicking it, I just rotate through them. But it always goes in a logical sequence depending on how you have the camera angled, you know. So it's ever so easy. That's the only thing that would be matter on mouse and keyboard. And let's be honest, if you're relying on the winch that much, you're probably playing it wrong anyway. What are we going for? Spare parts, isn't it? I feel like... I'm not listening, I'm really enjoying this. This will be my magnum opus playthrough. Thoroughly enjoyed Snowrunner. Good game. One of the better games out there, man. Very much looking forward to being able to share Expeditions on Friday. Probably. MST 3K is always loving you. This is the one that Doc's. Is this the one Doc talks about? Is this the one where they have like they sort of watch old films and they sort of have a little sort of jovial poke at them and things? Yeah. Is that thing you talk about, Bob? I should watch one of those. One of the old black and white films that I really. My dad had such. He still has. I know he's still got them, but I should mention they're all degraded to the point that they're unwatchable. And also need to find a VHS and cassette recorder. My dad had a wonderful collection of Hammer horror films. And I like these weird. He recorded them on like, well, I assume BBC ones, and I can't ever remember adverts. And yeah, he used to just stick them on for me. I used to love them, man. I was probably like one of the only kids that I knew growing up that watched that kind of thing. You know, it was all like Nickelodeon and stuff, but I was watching like, I was going to say Peter Sellers. Well, I was watching Peter Sellers in the Pink Panther. And I watched endless Michael Caine films. I loved Michael Caine. Not the stuff that most kids were brought up on, man. I mean, it's a bit different for me, because obviously I saw my dad at the weekend. And sometimes he just wanted me to shut up. While he had a drink or went to the pub, I think. Well, I shouldn't say that. It sounds worse than it is, but yeah, you know, and Hammer, Peter Cushing, and Christopher Lee. It was awesome, man. I loved it all. Really loved it all. I successfully hacked my car and got it running again after a year. What do you mean hacked your car? What happened to it, dude? Well, you've not had your car for a year, dude. Where are we going with this? Oh my god, I need to get all the way over to the boatman's house. What's going to be... Oh my god, that's actually quite the track. I think if we play it smart, I think we go back that route. Drop... even make... Well, I don't like that patch there. Let's make a decision when we get there. Or is there a better route? I mean, getting to that bridge and across is pretty quick, and we could also get fuel, couldn't we? Or I think I'm going to stick with this plan. Jameson, how are you, mate? How's things? Michael was great. He played Alfred, right? Michael Caine. Yeah, I really like Michael Caine. And Sean Connery, especially when they were ever together. Was it? So what was that? What was it about? Something a king going up a mountain. Do you remember Michael Caine, Sean Connery? That they find this like long lost kind of civilization-y, Aztec-y place, and Sean Connery's like the man who went up the mountain as something, a king, and came down something. Is that it? The man who would be king? There you go. I won't say about the ending because it's like really cool. Something happens to, let's just say, one of them, and it causes like, you know, the belief is shattered, and then of course there's a horrendous outcome. It's very good actually. Sat on the drive. He sat on the drive, poxy German cars, deleted the immobilizer, started straight up, and she zooms. So why is it taking a year to fix it? So just not time, or was it? Do you have to like do something crazy? Or something? I have one gateway module to replace, so I have no rev counts or anything. Like 40 quid. Yeah, because you're a bit of a bad boy racer. It is, yeah. What was the other one? What was the one where he, Michael Caine plays one of Her Majesty's soldiers, Zulu? You remember fucking Zulu? Oh, what about Bridge Over the River Kwai? Is it Kwai? That was an amazing film. They don't make films like that. Remember when the cast was like hundreds of people, actually hundreds of people, and now it's just like CGI. I don't know. Is the world becoming more boring or more exciting? I suppose all the mod cons and the internet and things is amazing, right? But I still think some of those old films, man, like they will never get old. I don't think. Almost like there's it's even like things like Jason and the Argonauts and Sinbad the Sailor with that claymation or whatever they call it. I don't know. You know, like when you see, look, I'm not. Again, I've said it a few times over the years. I don't need to sort of make it out like people that work on CGI aren't talented. Of course they are. You know, they make things that are indistinguishable from the real world. Amazing talent, but I don't know. There's something about claymation, right? And it's the same with the old Star Wars films. There's just something about knowing that was all models and clever camera work that, I don't know, just makes it seem so much more legit. Like actual effort went into it, you know? And I hate to say that without further discussion because it sounds so derogatory of modern day filmmaking, but you see my point though. It was like, it's akin to, I like the analogy I've come up with over the years of a Lego set. But back in the day, Lego was pretty basic, right? Or at least it was for us. We didn't get fancy sets where we got, you know, a bag of bricks from the local charity shop, right? And we as lads had to make the Star Destroyer. We had to make the Millennium Falcon out of whatever bits we had kicking around. And these modern sets, you know, they have their own unique bricks, right? These things that are only in that set because it's just easier and cooler to make it that way, and it's great marketing and all the rest of it. But it's like there was more fun in the imagination that was required working around things, you know. And the same with claymation, Star Wars models and all that. And now it all feels so clinical. It's just like a bunch of dudes and dudettes sitting on a computer with immense processing power, you know, rendering one frame every 3 weeks. I don't know, man. There's just something that ain't as legit about it, you know. The Dam Busters. Oh, I've not seen that for years. I think I've only seen that once. Is that the one with the bouncing bomb? Yeah, well, a lot of them were, Doc. Yeah, a lot of those older films were based, you know, at least reasonably around historical events and things, weren't they? Absolutely. Have you seen that Brad Pitt movie Rage or Fury? I find it hard to believe I haven't seen a Brad Pitt movie. So I'm going to say yes, but I can't think of Fury or Rage, whatever it's called. No, have you got a link to it? What's that, Dave? Morph? What's Morph, dude? Is that a film? Or is that somebody who works in claymation? Watching the original Star Wars these days, though it looks super faint, way ahead of its... Yeah, but this is the point. It's you can see through it now, but back when you saw, you know, to an audience that... I mean, I don't know when Star Wars first came out, but imagine going to the cinema in the same way, like, I don't know, like a modern audience might have gone to, I don't know, watch Lord of the Rings or whatever it is, or The Matrix, or, you know. Yeah, Star Wars must have been breathtaking, right? Or at least I assume it was. You were 8 when Star Wars changed movies forever. It's hard to get people to understand just how huge Star Wars Episode 4 really was. So was it absolutely revolutionary, like breathtaking? I watched a wonderful video about the Death Star, and I can't remember anything about it, mate. It was fascinating, all the things that they came up with, dude. The same with the Star Destroyer as well. I remember when we were at school, went to the movies to watch Long... Whoa, you actually went to the movies in school. That's so cool. Oh, let's have a look, Josh. What's the Brad Pitt film called Fury? Let's have a look, dude. Oh, no, I don't think I have seen this. A grizzled tank climber makes tough decisions and seeing his crew fight their way across. No, I'm going to keep that open, dude. I don't think I have seen that. And I have a bit of a soft spot for Brad Pitt. I think he's an absolutely excellent actor. I really do. I mean, he's absolutely... he's so good, man. He can play just about anything. You remember Lock, Stock and Two Smoky Barrels where he plays the Traveller? That's so good. I must have watched a couple of those scenes like on YouTube like 1,000 times now. Hold on. It's so well done, man. He's talking about his mom's curtains, or his mom's trailer and his mom's caravan. Frank Zappa. I don't know who Frank Zappa... Well, maybe I do know who Frank Zappa is, but I'm not sure. Little Plastic Clayman made by Tony. Oh, I know what you mean. We spoke about this recently. We were talking about Neil Buchanan, people like that. This is Tony Hart. Doc, help me out here. There was like a kids' art show, wasn't there? And you're talking about like the little clay dude that was done as part of the show. Is that right? I know we mentioned this, dude. Yeah, Tony Hart. And it was a bit... Because we were talking about, like, Neil Buchanan and that dude that has all the spiky hair, weren't we? Sort of like, you know, you submitted your artwork to them and they showed you how to paint and draw and all that kind of stuff. And wasn't Tony Hart, like, one of the earliest ever? Like, that he sort of, like, was... at least in England, like, the dude that began that kind of style of kids crochet. Is that right? Interview with... Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, right? Have I seen Grease, the movie? I actually haven't. I've never seen Grease. This is John Travolta and lots of songs that I would recognise, but no, I've never seen Grease. No, I haven't. And it's weird, actually, because... isn't that John Travolta, Grease? Yeah, because my girlfriend's favourite film is Dirty Dancing with, I think it's Patrick Swayze. And I'm sure her mom's favourite film was possibly Grease. So, but I think I've never seen Grease. Very old though, right? Is that like the mods and the rockers and the punks or something? You know, classic, whenever it was. Is it like 50s America, something like that? Lots of singing, dancing, sort of musical kind of thing. That's it, Olivia Newton-John. That's the only reason I know her name, Olivia Newton-John. Yeah. John Travolta. Unless I've got this wrong. Unless I'm getting confused with something else. Which is possible. Yeah, Morph. Morph was on the Tony Hart. What was the name of the show? Does anyone know? What was the Tony Hart show called? Rolf. Oh yeah, Rolf. Yeah, Rolf Harris was very big in the UK, right? Very big. Didn't he get banged up for like bad things? or was it after he died? Did he? I don't know. Hasn't the name Rolf Harris been like a little bit? I don't really want to say too much in case I've got it really wrong. But wasn't Rolf Harris found to be a bit of a kiddie fiddler or something? I feel really bad saying that out loud in case it wasn't him. Tony Hart did a show called Take Heart. Got it. Yeah, Art Attack. That's it. That's what we were talking about. Neil Buchanan. I can't remember why. And yeah, that's it. Art Attack. But there was one that preceded that, which was Tony Hart. We saw Star Wars in a big theatre in DC when the movie got to the part where Darth Vader first appeared in loud smoke with his breathing, and then stood there for a second. The entire theatre went quiet. Then some black guy down in front yelled, "That's a bad motherfucker!" Dude, that is so cool, man. I can almost feel it just coming through Twitch chat. How fucking cool that must have been, dude. I love it, mate. That's freaking cool, man. Yeah, it's like you said. I was saying to Elegon earlier, you know, about how revolutionary the Matrix was at the time that it came out. For that age. That would have been, cinema goers at the time, so something they'd never really seen before. And yeah, it's good to, because obviously, I saw Star Wars, like a VHS cassette that my dad had. And yeah, I've got no idea when that first came out. I certainly didn't see it in the bloody cinema, but. Oh, is this where we go across? But yeah, it's cool to know that Star Wars was the same badassery, He was he? Was it found out after he died? Did Rolf Harris die and then it was found out? Or I'm probably the best one to talk about. Art Attack was ITV's attempt. So Tony Hart was like BBC One and Neil was like, I was going to say Channel 3. That was ITV. Do you know what it is yet? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, have you guessed what it is yet? Is that Rolf? Have you guessed what it is yet? And he used to have a sheet of metal, didn't he? And he rattled a sheet of metal, and he had a didgeridoo, right? Have you guessed what it is? Is that him? Have you guessed what it is yet? Do you know what it is yet? Harris died after release. So he was actually found guilty of bad things. went to... Bro! I was looking at chat. Oh, God, what happened? Oh, Jesus, balls. Take care, Joshua. Stay safe out there. God damn, that was close, man. So he was in prison. He got released, threatened with prison again, and then he... Oh, my, what? So did he get released because he was found out... Because he was found to be not guilty? Roll found a couple of top 10 hits. What as in musical top 10 hits? Like what? Oh, is that like... Oh, hang on, we've had this convo. Tie me kangaroo down. Tie me kangaroo down. Sport. Tie me... That's a bit weird when you think about it, isn't it? Tie me kangaroo down. What's he going to do with it once he's tied down? Maybe we shouldn't ask. Maybe this is why he got arrested. And when Darth Vader first appeared, the whole place booed and hissed. Well, when you watched it, the queue for the film was wrapped around the cinema building. So, all right, here's a question then. This will be an interesting one, right? Star Wars didn't exist, right? Didn't exist. No, there had never been a Star Wars film, right? And then all of a sudden, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, is launching at the cinema. Why was there so much hype for it? If you've never seen it, it's like The Matrix, right? If you've never seen The Matrix, you know... Was it just like really, really breathtaking publicity for it? You know, did they just do a really good job of pre-release shenanigans? You know, was it because of the director? You know, like a Francis Ford Coppola film, or it did the Aliens franchise and things like that. You know, there are directors that we go to watch, right? A lot of people love Quentin Tarantino. They'll watch anything Quentin does. Was it because George Lucas was just like, what had he done? What had George Lucas done before Star Wars, for example? Michael Bentine. Don't forget Michael Bentine Potty Time. What the hell? Michael Bentine Potty Time. What's that? He was out on license, but still. Oh, so. Oh right, okay, Miss Group. Jake the Peg. Was that one of his songs? His other song was Two Little Buttons. Oh Christ! Oh Jesus. Yeah, George Lucas directed Star Wars. Yeah, because it was a revolution in cinema. So. But you didn't know that going in. That's what I'm saying, Castle. You didn't know that going in, did you? Whereas something like The Matrix, for example, had a lot of big advertisement with clips being shown of stuff you'd never seen before. Is that what they did with Star Wars? Was it a huge publicity thing? Also toys and stuff. So what you're saying is that when Star Wars launched, it kind of broke the mold because they were already manufacturing the toys en masse even before the movie launched. Don't call it A New Hope. Well, it is called A New Hope, isn't it? THX was Lucas's film before Star Wars. What's that? THX 11? I've never even heard of that. He did American Graffiti before Star Wars. That was a great movie. So he wasn't, I mean, he hadn't got a huge history of amazing films then, right? It wasn't like George Lucas had got like 10 absolute blockbuster Hollywood-destroying films under his belt, yeah? We nearly never had... I've heard about this, that Star Wars came very close to never happening. And a lot of the stuff that we saw nearly didn't get on the screen as well, due to budget, especially with the models, right? The Star Wars hype came from the trailers. So it was. So that's it then. Yeah, okay, you've answered the question. So Star Wars did see a huge amount of first showing hype. That they really, it was all out. This is it, man. We're going neat. You know, loads of adverts in the cinemas, posters, toys. The marketing just went ballistic. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. And I guess this is my point. Some films only become amazing after they've launched. You know, so some films, you know, they're like, yeah, whatever, just another film. But then it becomes, oh my God, have you seen this film? It is incredible. Whereas it sounds like Star Wars was already gargantuan even before the first bum on a seat in a cinema. I don't know if that was new to the era. You know, was that the first like massive commercialization with everything from lunchboxes and plastic figurines, and it was just like, you know, the dawn of a new era, an amazing film, and they knew it and they just took advantage of it. I don't know, you know, that's what I'm trying to get at. It was a huge risk, never been tried. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Really, you think incredible. Right. We need to deliver around the side, don't we? Must have been a hell of a time to be alive. So, how far apart were the films? So the 3 films. After that first one launched, how many years was it before the second one launched? Because I know, like, the sort of, I mean, well, I don't know personally, but I can assume. So something like The Matrix, when you've had, I suppose they've both got something very in common, unlike a lot of films these days. They are clearly part of a series, aren't they? No one watched The Matrix and didn't immediately want to see the second and third one. Right? Same with Star Wars. You didn't watch Star Wars and think that's the end of it, of the saga. You know, they were never really standalone films, were they? I wonder how insane the hype was for the second Star Wars, which I'm going to assume is a couple of 3 back then, but probably a bit faster turnaround back then, 2, 3 maybe years, I guess. I don't know how movie names now tell you nothing what the film is about. Bring back names like Debbie Does Dallas. Different sort of film, to be fair. Star Wars was in 1977. It was first shown in cinema. It was the first film to successfully license. Oh, there we go. It was then the first film to successfully license toys to consumers on a large scale. Let me just unload this. Kenner's action figure sales, along with dozens of similar licensing deals given to companies that sold everything from clothing to dog food, ultimately allowed George Lucas to finance the next 2 movie chapters of his saga. Wow. Oh, so it was 3 years and then another 3 years. Wow. One of the fighting scenes on the water planet. Oh, is that with the Yoda stuff, is it? You're right, Balthus Dyer. I can see you over there. THX was an odd sci-fi film that had a population bred to make things, and they've never been above ground. Population also controlled by drugs. Such a weird name for a film, isn't it? My parents said they took me to Empire Strikes Back as a baby, but I only remembered Return of the Jedi. Star Wars was your second movie as a kid. When did E.T. release? Because that was another massive film. Because that was Spielberg, wasn't it? Yeah, I tried to, James, and I started watching, because I haven't seen all the Star Wars films. I actually went back. I'm going to watch like them in chronological order, including the animated shows, but I didn't get that far, to be honest. Was it Matrix first, just a single movie, and after it's... But no, because you can't... No, you're missing the point, Adam. It's not about whether it was originally designed to be a saga. The simple fact of the matter is they both end knowing that there's more out there, that this world can easily be fleshed out with more content, you know, regardless of whether or not there was ever any plans to make multiple variants of it. A bit like Avatar, you know. Avatar was, we knew watching Avatar that there were going to be multiple films, weren't we? It's like Dune. We know there's, well, as long as it's financially successful, we knew there was going to be a Dune 2 and no doubt a Dune 3. And that's my point with something like Star Wars or The Matrix. It's almost like if they hadn't been so brilliant, we might never have got anything. You know, Star Wars, like people are saying, it nearly didn't even happen, right? So the fact it did, and the fact it was so monumentally successful, makes we've got this incredible history of that IP. And it's the same with The Matrix, isn't it? You know, whether or not there was ever a plan to make a second Matrix if the first one was an epic failure, because the budget must have been horrendous, right? You know, all films are a gamble ultimately, aren't they? Jaws was the first. Oh, Jaws was brilliant, wasn't it? Jaws. My girlfriend loves any kind of film with like people getting eaten by sharks. She loves Jaws. You know, what's the one with the two sisters that go diving and get trapped down there? Meg with Jason Statham. She loves that stuff, man. We watched Piranha not a million years ago. That is a brutal film, dude. That is horrendous. So some of the deaths in that are like, oh my god. The THX, oh yeah, THX, because like that's part of, that's the audio side of it all, isn't it? THX and what else was that? Even when Star Wars came out in 1977, when you Lucas would make episode 5 and 6, and then in the future when tech allows, he plans to make the first 3 episodes. Yeah, and isn't that the reason why they didn't start with part 1? Because he didn't believe that the tech existed to make it happen. So that's why he started with episode 3. Is that right? Yeah, that's what I meant, Elegon. Yeah. You know, as long as they're financially viable, you know, it's like the they had so little funds that they paid Arnold by the word. What, really? There is a scene where he breaks into a car. They literally filmed him breaking into a real random car on the street. That's terrible. So some dude's car actually got broken into. That's terrible. He could have got arrested for that, right? He's a goddamn criminal. Right, let's have a look. What other quests have we got? Local entertainment. Oh no, we don't want the barrel one. Missing oil tanker. Where is the fuel carrier trailer? Okay, I'm feeling like I can do that. I'm feeling like that's possible. We're going to go back to camp. We'll come up. Actually, we'll come up through there. We're gonna come around into there. We'll come through the trees. And I think this is where we're gonna hit our first problem. I'm not sure whether it would be a better idea to come from this side. Because this looks bad, doesn't it? This looks like this is a trap, man. I can hear that dog. That's definitely a dog, isn't it? Domestic dog. I'm gonna give it a go. I'll give it a bash. Let's see how far. Now, shall I consider the raised suspension? And is there any way to change that front bumper? I really don't like that bumper, man. It's just... I'd really like to get rid of that thing. I really would. What else could we stick on this? Cabin protector, horns, exhausts, rims. What's on the old roof? Raised beacon lights. Let's see how we get on. It wouldn't hurt to pop a snorkel on it, would it? I mean, we're doing all right for cash. Let's see what the route's like. One of the prisoners in the film THX 1138, what a gobful, was actually called a Wookiee. Oh, right, okay. That's where it all began. You did not like Anaconda. Oh, I remember. Yeah, did they not make another Anaconda? Is there not a sequel to that? It wouldn't be hard to find Space Pip. Well, you can probably just design your own if you wanted to these days, but it's so cheaply done, isn't it? I'm hoping this Shogun TV show starts on Disney Plus is good. Been looking forward to it for a couple of weeks now. I started trying to watch that Avatar: The Last Airbender on Netflix. I need to rewind it. I was kind of like super sidetracked, sadly. But has anyone seen it? So what's this? What's Shogun TV then, James? Yeah, a lot of the stuff is locked behind your driver score wiper, and of course the only way to get your driver score up is to complete quests, if you like, isn't it? So it's a hugely important part, as is the money, of course, as well. What were your thoughts on it, Viper? I know nothing about Avatar, so it's all kind of new to me, to be honest with you. I began watching it yesterday. Only about 10 minutes in, so it's like I've hardly even begun. So I do need to rewind. Well, no, actually that's a lie. So 25 minutes in. I mean, it certainly looks well produced, to be fair. You know, it doesn't look like it's some cheap knockoff, low budget thing. You know, Netflix sometimes do nail it. So it's feudal Japan. Some British guys land their shipwrecks and there's a war going on. I think they get involved or dragged into it. That sounds pretty cool. I like the idea of that. That sounds alright, actually, James. Can't believe how well this Fleet Star gets over that. That's always been like Death Valley to me, that. This thing hasn't really met its match at all yet. Although I am worried about the mud. Because we haven't got mud tyres yet. This does look like a very damp, deep, muddy area. Which I'm still feeling like we should approach it from the other side, really. Yeah, I'm gonna give Airbender a proper bash. So I assume an Avatar is a dude, from what little I've seen, he will be able to master all 4 elements. Yeah, he's like the prodigal son, but he is born into the Airbender tribe, is he? But I assume he will be able to master fire, earth, air, and water at some point when he becomes like the ultimate badass, yeah? I mean, obviously don't spoil it, but I mean, that seems to be like at least a good guess as to where it's all going. Oh, wow. Oh, God, I remember this. We came through here and we took a right down through there, didn't we? Because I was like, there's no way we're making it over there. Shit. Oh, this is not good, is it? I mean, let's get rid of... Let's put a mark of where we're actually trying to get to, which is there. Yeah. I reckon we need mud tyres for this, boys. It's all explained the first. I was going to say, I mean, I think I'm about 20 minutes in. I think I'm just getting to the point where some old dude's about to start explaining stuff to me. But I have watched a little bit of the animated show, because I think Missy or someone had suggested we talk about anime. It was a fairly accessible one. I can't remember where I ended up watching it, but it wasn't a hard one to find. Seems to have a good reputation. So I think I know a little bit about it anyways. I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise. I did watch one film where he was okay and kind of believable to me, The Last Samurai. I think I've seen it. I can't remember. Is that an older film, group? What? Sorry. Is what an older film? Sorry, James. Morning 4, how are you doing? How's things? Yeah, she's struggling in here, guys. And obviously, the thing is, she's struggling and she's got to get that out. I just don't see how she's going to do it, man. just don't see it, man. I just do not see it. I could. Should we try going? Oh God, do I risk going in the water? And trying to get a tow rope on her? Oh, I don't know about this, boys. This I think this is a terrible idea. I'm thinking over on that side over there is... We can either try and cut across the water over there or maybe try and cut through... I can keep like a tow rope. I mean, if it gets really bad, we can drop it down a bit, can't we? I like the way the game, every time it looks like I'm about to have a bad time, it goes, oh, by the way, if you totally boffed it, you can always recover, mate. Is that from we're going to bite here on this bit of land? Come on. Oh, shit, no, it hasn't. That's not good. What the hell? It's like the wheels just stopped dead there, didn't they? She's not happy in this. Not happy at all, man. The anime, what's that? Oh, no, there's a brand new show. Sorry, Jameson. No, the Avatar The Last Airbender is a brand new live-action show on Netflix. Came out a few days ago, dude. But, no, she's stuck, dude. There is no way she's getting through here. Now, if we attach to the rear... and then attached to the tree, because of how the game manages its winch torque, that actually should help the ship. Okay. Come on, my darling. Ouch. I don't see how I'm going to get through that tree. God, why is it night time? That's sucky, dude. Yeah, how am I going to get it through those trees? I'm not going to, am I? Unless she'll fit through those two there. She probably will, actually. No, she won't. Kick the diff lock and you'll be fine. To be fair, the diff lock don't make that much difference, to be honest, man. Not when you're in that sort of mud. It's not the saving grace you think it is in this thing. I wonder if. I've not actually got to go in. I've not got to park in that yellow area, have I? This game isn't going to screw me, right? Do you reckon the winch will fit from there? Oh, it will. Possibly. Or is that actually on? Is that actually on the truck? Ah! And now the only way to right that is going to get the other side of it and tow it. Oh no. No, 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 no. God. God. No. Go on. No. I've made it worse. Goddamn balls. I wonder if I can drag it out. Nah, there's no way I'm dragging that out. Okay, if I can get around that other side. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. It's so Pete Tonk. I blame Elgon. Did I start pollution of the land? Oh, don't say that. Don't make it worse than it is. Think about that. I think it's still structurally sound. Shut up, Shades! Right, attach winch. We'll attach to the very rear of the truck. Oh, what the hell? Oh, yeah, because it's... Yeah, right, actually, that's probably not going to happen. What about if we attach to mid-truck? Oh, she's being an absolute knob. She's actually being a complete knob. Because of that tree, right? Oh. I just don't believe it's not butter, right? I just do not believe it's not butter. I actually had it as well. Like, we would have been like in a pretty good position, wouldn't we? I just don't see how to roll that back onto its tootsies, to be honest. I really don't. Not really the best place to winch, is it? All right, boys. Now, if I can bring it around the tree. Who's a clever boy, then? Hey, boys! Hey, boys! Now, the only question is, how am I getting it through? Am I going to take it back the way we came? Jesus. What do you reckon? I mean, obviously, direct route out and through that mud there. It don't look like. I just don't see how that's even possible. I mean, do you reckon I can get it through there, or try and take it back? I don't know. Where do you reckon? How do I get it? I just don't see how to get it out. Because this thing's going to weigh a ton, isn't it? Winch connected. What happened to the winch? Oh, whoa, 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 Mr. Winchy. I wonder how close I need to be to that to actually get, like, say, the connector. Alright, we're attached, but which route out, boys? That is the question. God, she's struggling, man. She is really struggling, dudes. Tree's gonna blow. God damn that tree, dude. I don't like it, boys. I don't like it. I don't know whether it's a sort of... I just don't think I'm going to get a return on it, am I? But that tree is just going to be a major pain in my ass, no matter what I do. It's like no matter which route I take. I mean, I could disengage it and then like jiggle out. What do you think? So it's maybe like, oh, God. Come on, Grummy. Come on, Grummy. Come on, Grummy. Oh, no! We've stopped. Come on, Grummy. That is not helping the form, is it? How did it get there in the first place is not the question, is it? That is not the immediate problem, is it? How does that help us? God damn it! Right, we sort of got out of there, but now I'm mullered. I seem to be well and truly stuck now. This does not like our current predicament. I'm stuck on something, possibly deep mud. There's no way that this thing is not getting out of here, man. By the civilian. What is that? Is that a truck I can afford, or? Thing is, I don't actually know what's stopping me there. It feels like it's not the mud. It feels like there's something else there, you know? I don't know if it's... Is it like a buried log stuck in there somewhere? There's just no way, is there, man? There is like no freaking way. What about if I try? What about if we disconnect? Oh no, sorry. What about if we? For God's sake, detach trailer. Try and get her out of this mess. Onto like solid ground. Where can I attach that winch to? Does this look like slightly more solid ground over here? I don't think it is it? That looks, oh, it's too fast to get the wind. Shit! Shit! Oh, it's not. We might be able to get a winch on that. Come on, my little fat-bottomed girl. Alright, what about if I now release the winch? Is this even the bleeding way out? I just suddenly realised I'm fighting tooth and nail to come over it, but I don't actually know if this is a way out. That looks like that's probably not going to reach, is it? Oh my god, I'm sinking. Oh, that's not... Oh, you son of a gun. Really? What's that attached to? Is that... Is that tree going to be a massive problem? No, it isn't. Do I try and route it through there, or... I don't think it's going to happen, is it? What about if we detach... God, maybe this would be pretty cool. Attached trailer. All right, let's see what you've got, baby girl. Come on, my fleet star. Come on, baby. I think the worst is over. Hey, what about that, boys? Not bad at all. That's our first, like, little bit of a Scooby-Doo problem, innit? Now, the thing is, I've just suddenly realised, I said we'd come out this route. Is this actually... Where are we even taking this thing? Good question. Quest. Deliver to the oil tank parking. Oh, right, okay. Well... If we come... Yeah, I mean, that should be a pretty safe route, right? If we can get, like, even there, we're able to drive. But this looks like a pretty steep incline, doesn't it? And there's a good chance she could topple as well, though. Did you sort out a truck in the end, for? You looks like you're in the market for a new truck. Well, I wonder if your truck is in this game. Oh my god, I can't believe that thing is just revving it up there, man. This is a beast of a truck. You narrowed it down a bit though, for you got a little bit of an idea what you're going for. I reckon we can switch back into automatic, right? Well, that's nice when you narrowed it down a bit then before, isn't it? At least it's not, because there must be like a huge scope and scan in America for any variety of car you're going for, right? Beautiful. I'm very, very happy with that horse. Right, let me just get the course plotted. So along, we want to be. Well, it's fairly straightforward, really, isn't it? Hit the bridge, around, in, and we can refuel there as well because we are getting a little low. You have to have a small SUV in order to be able to see around the thing, even with a backup cam and stuff. So you've got quite specific requirements by the sounds of it then for you. Which I suppose, you know, is kind of nice as well, isn't it? Because it helps it narrow it down a little bit, doesn't it? It's like all things for you. You can guarantee whichever one you choose, it'll still like have a problem with it. It's sod's law, isn't it, mate? No matter how careful. So it's with that one thing. Oh, dude, I wish I'd known. Yeah, I was quite chuffed with that, Austin. Yeah, a little bit of jiggling and wiggling and not getting too panicky and brute forcing it. I quite like. So what were you saying, Austin? You mentioned the civilian ANK in the US. Would that involve me like sort of going? I'm trying not to. Last time I played it, we played hardcore, and I did a bit of googling, and it was like because I was struggling to see. The problem with the game is, Austin, and it's not a problem in the conventional sense, but it's one of those things like if you've never played it. How do you know what's out there? You know, like for example, you know, if I'm going to go and do a mission and it takes me like 3 hours, like constantly winching everywhere, and then it's like, oh my god, there was an upgrade for that truck just over there, and I didn't realise. Then I started looking into like after I got to a certain part through the hardcore playthrough, I thought let's go and have a Google on like how I should have done this. And nearly every time, it turned out to be someone like buggering off to, like the Russian map, like really early on, selling a load of trailers and doing all this fluffery to get money, and then just going and buying this ridiculous truck from Russia, and really just completely trivializing all of the Black River and Michigan content, really. And I didn't really want to play like that. I sort of wanted to still have the challenge. But that doesn't mean to say I want to make life unnecessarily difficult for myself. So I mean, so this time what we've done is we did take the little CK-1500 or whatever it's called, and we did do all the watchtowers, and we got all the upgrades we could find. And this Fleet Star has turned out to be pretty decent actually for this map. In fact, this is probably the first time we've really had, even outside of me, you know, dangerously close to tipping it because I've gone too fast. That's probably the first like real problem we've had, to be honest with you. But like I said, I don't want to like end up sort of like I said, I don't want to find out that actually there was a much more logical route through it, you know. I mean, just getting to the warehouse has always been my nemesis, dude. I think this time around I've just found more up. Normally, what happens is I think when I start, I only do the Black River unlocks, and I think we did quite a few unlocks in Smithville in the Chevy. And I have a feeling that's where maybe I found the diff lock on this or the AWD on it. Yeah, not something I would normally have done, so... and it has. This has been a really, really nice truck, to be honest. That's the first time I've had to put diff lock low gear on her as well. Really. So something's playing about. She feels like she's still got a bit of oomph. I can actually afford the superior engine as well. So it's a very minor, but I don't know how it scales, upgrade, because I've got an A+ power to weight ratio engine, and there is an S grade that we've unlocked for it. But it was about 7.5 grand. And to be honest, it didn't feel like that was, you know, is it really going to make that much difference, an A+ to an S+, when I hadn't really had any challenge at that point? So I thought I'd save the pennies. And until, you know, until we need it. So we've still got a bit of room to improve her. Beautiful stuff, boys. Beautiful stuff. Right, so what have we got? Missing machinery is a long way away. And I need a truck with a crane. Local entertainment is the barrels, which I'm not too worried about, but we could go and have a play with that with a Chevy. Draining, what's this? Find the pump near the Steel River. Find the pump near the garage. And find the pump near the farm. Are they, so should we just go and get a Chevy out and have a bash at those? What do you reckon? I mean, they don't look that bad. Let's go and have a look at this one, because that's right near the entrance, isn't it? So let's just throw a back and cover it. Local map. Where the hell is my Chevy? Is it in Smithville? Why can't I go back to the garage entrance? Is that because I'm in there? Okay. Global map, Smithville Dam. Oh, oh no, because that's the one we haven't picked up. So where's my Chevy gone then? I'm so confused. So it's not in the garage. There's the Scout 800. Where's my bloody Chevy gone? Could it be maybe that it's in the garage? Why can't I transfer to this map? That's not my Chevy. I agree that it's meant to go by a monster OP truck. But there's a couple of useful trucks easy to drive on Alaska and Tamar. Yeah, I haven't. I went to Alaska for part of the tutorial, but I'm so confused. How do I just go back to the garage in Smithville Dam? Surely I should just be able to click it, right? Oh, maybe it's in here. No. Where the hell's the Chevy then? Anyone got any ideas? Trucks and trailers. That Chevrolet CK1500 is not mine. That's just one that we found, right? It's also not in. It's not in the garage, is it? So it's not here or here. If I go back to the global map and go back to Black River, it's only showing me the Scout 800 and no CK. Yeah? And if I go to the garage, it's not in the garage. So it's not stored either. The only ones that are stored are the Fleet Star and the GMC. So I've lost my CK1500. Which is extremely concerning. I haven't been anywhere else, have I? Oh, you mean stored? Oh, truck store. No, that's truck store. What do you mean by stored? What do you mean by stored? Truck storage. Oh, God. There you go, boys. There you go. Deploy. Why? I don't know whether it's just me, man, but I still find that fucking weird. I still find it just like every time this happens, man. Every playthrough, I see it like I just don't know what's going on, man. No matter how many times I play it, man. I don't think I'll ever get used to their storage system. I'm sure with enough time it will become like second nature. But so we want to try and get. So we're going to try and do this, aren't we? Drainage. Start tracking. And we're going to try. If we can get in there. Oh, hang on a minute. Find the pump. What does that mean by find the pump? What am I? Is it something I need to tow out, or? Because there's obviously a truck there. I suppose if I come up and then come like around. Well, let's just get that far. Let's see how it goes. The quest, yeah, it's not just me, is it? I mean, I know sometimes at the back end of the day, I make silly mistakes. Well, even early in the day, let's be honest. But yeah, there's something about this quest system and just general storing of vehicle system that I just can't help but feel somehow it could be done a lot simpler, you know. It does sometimes feel like shit. I'm chasing my own tail. So why would I have stored a vehicle? At what point would I have stored the shed? Why would I have done that? Because I would have been... presumably I would have been on Smithville Dam. I would have recovered and then stored it to bring it back to Black River. But I just obviously never brought it out, did I? I should probably have put it back on, say, a parking bay, perhaps. Get in the habit of doing that, so I'm not like... Because yeah, I suppose that would make sense. You looking forward to expeditions, SC? I booted it up yesterday just for the tutorial section. I've not completed the tutorial. I'm not even close. But I did get it all running very smoothly. Considering it's still running on the same engine as this, so there are a couple of quirks if you're susceptible to a little bit of camera stutter, it seems to be. Alright, so we are actually trying to get there. Yeah, I've had it for a few days now, SCI, yeah. I'm deliberately not playing... I'm deliberately not playing anything outside the tutorial now, so really just the beginning, like, what I'd say for most of you playing it properly, probably no more than 15 minutes of actual gameplay, to be honest, dude. Just, more just like benchmarking, really, dude. Just making sure any weird quirks with it and offering any feedback if I feel there was any need to. But yeah. So it seems to be out of the box running pretty well, actually, dude. But we're under embargo, so I'm not going to say more than that. Because all that you'll have seen from other people that actually have been allowed to put footage up. I know what IGN have got some stuff up happening, so I'm not being naughty. So, I mean, that's not a pump, that's a truck. Is this a truck? Oh, no! Steady and sliding, steady and sliding, steady and sliding. Looking forward to it, yeah. I think it's going to be quite nice for me to be able to properly talk about it, because even though I haven't seen anything, I've just got a gut feeling I know something about the design philosophy they've gone for with it. It could be very interesting. I was saying earlier, it'd be very, very nice to know what they've got planned, because at the moment we've got a good idea of like first year, how the season pass and stuff is going to work, right? But I think it'll be, if you think about how long has Snowrunner been out, and when was the last DLC for Snowrunner introduced? Oh no, there's no way, dude. I think I need the snorkel. And mud tyres. I don't think I'm going to get over there. I mean, we might be able to... we might be able to winch. If I can get a bit closer. We try dropping her down again. Well, embargo is really normally just the date and time globally with which you're allowed to distribute the footage. Whereas a non-disclosure agreement is you can't talk about shit. The embargo is normally the date and time with which you can put... So technically, depending on how you look at it, I could talk about it. But one, I would never do that. I feel it's unfair. But two, because I don't. I'm going to be seeing it like everyone else. Like I said, all I've done is just like make sure the game works, basically. What's this? Show task, accept. Drowned heavy truck. I have no idea how the hell we'd get that out of there. Just like no idea. And I somehow need to get to that over there and get back. It does look, although it could be a bad mistake. I mean that there is mud here, you know. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a really bad mistake. No, I didn't buy the snorkel. But to be honest, I'm not sure I'm supposed to be here in this without the mud wheels. See, even if I have a snorkel, I'm not sure it's going to make any difference at this point. So it's about 4 years, and the 12th season lasts of year 3 drops a lot. So you know what I mean. So the post-launch support, you've got to think for expeditions is going to be pretty. Oh, you son of a god! You son of a gun. Does that count? Is that it then? We found it. We've done it. Is that it? Bloody hell, mate! Brilliant. That's 1 out of 3 done there, dudes. I want to get rid of that tool too. I don't like every time I'm in a little bit of danger it goes, haha, you're screwed. Even though I'm not actually. What game edition are you playing Grum for Expeditions? What, as in which version did they send me? I don't know actually, dude. What do you mean, as in have I got any of the DLC or anything for it? I don't know, dude. Hang on, let me get out of it while I'm looking. I can't imagine they've given me anything fancy. Because I think mine is actually a... Oh, hang on, give me a sec, we'll have a look, dude. I mean, I personally... Let's have a quick look. I think mine's like classed as like, I don't think it's like the actual game. I think it's called... Oh no, I have. I'm not going to click on it. So let me have a look. Let's see if I can figure it out. How would I know if I've got the DLC? So if I go to the I don't know. How do you know if you've got what version you've got? I find Steam quite complicated like this. Expeditions Mudrunner game is already in your Steam library, but how do I know what DLC I've got? Or what version I've got? I don't know, dude. I'm not too sure, bro. Oh, DLC. The view. Oh, manage. It says manage my 3 DLC. So I've got Expeditions DLC 1, The Great Dawn 71, Expeditions DLC 2 Pioneer Pack, and Expeditions DLC 3 Kotko Canyon, if that helps you ascertain what I've got. Do you know anything about that, Caskell? That's the Big Dick edition, is it? Ah, right, there you go. The Supreme Edition, boys. The Supreme Edition. I streamed this yesterday, and I spoke to a wonderful rep over at Focus, and they promptly sent me, because I was playing on Epic yesterday, and I was playing this yesterday, and they sent me over a Steam version of the game with all the DLC on it. How fucking cool is that? And I then found out I could transfer yesterday's save from the Epic account to the to the Steam account. You can't argue with that, can you? Right, okay. So find the pump near the Steel River. What are we doing? Drainage. So we've got. We have done the one at the garage, right? Yeah, we've also got one at the farm, which is fairly close. I reckon we go and do that one then, yeah? So if we, basically, let's recover, and I'll put a marker, say, what do you think? Let's just put a marker on it. Stick a mark. Do you reckon it's going to be one of those ones where we want to come around from the side or through here? Gotta be right. Shall we recover and just see? Well, that's not going to cancel the quest, is it? Oh shit, sorry guys. Sorry. I haven't done anything, guys, don't worry. I was only coming back to the warehouse. You're right, Hicks, how are you, man? Tyres. Do we have access to any mud tyres yet? Oh, dudes! Dudes, we've got mud tires, boys. Oh, bro. Look at those beasts, man. Oh, it's like, I remember, like, we used to play, like, remote controlled cars as kids, right? And Hicks, you'll know about this because you go to these monster shows, don't you? And there was one called, like in the UK, there were like 2 or 3 of these monster trucks, as we called them. I'm sure you called them the same thing, and one of them was called Bigfoot, man. And Bigfoot was like the daddy. He was like, you know, like in wrestling, it was like Hulk Hogan. He was like just the daddy, right? And then there was like Bigfoot, which was this big blue American truck, man. And that you know, like if you had trump cards, like Bigfoot was the daddy, right? Should we splash out on these with off-road excellent and mud excellent? What do you think? Yeah, look at these tires. They're just like tire porn, man. I don't know what to go for, lads. I feel overwhelmed. Should we just go for the biggest, beefiest bad boys we can for a bit, you know? So here's a question, right? As someone that's not really into cars, why would I want a smaller wheel over a big wheel, you know? Why would I want a smaller wheel? There's got to be a reason, right? I mean, I know on roads this is going to be bad, but I just drive carefully. You know, it's a lot easier to just drive carefully on tarmac than it is having the wrong tyres in mud, where you literally can't do anything, right? No. I'm not asking. I'm asking about in reference to the game. So again, I'm not asking about in real life. That's probably a bit more understandable. But in the game, why would I want to say those, which are poor, excellent, say over these 38 inches, which are poor, excellent? Why would I want a smaller tyre? For purposes of the video game. Henry Cavill. I always called him Cavill, and then I heard someone literally yesterday called him Henry. I called him Cavill, and someone called him Cavill or something like that. I think he's too much of a pretty boy, to be honest. I didn't like him as The Witcher. I thought someone like Mads Mikkelsen would have been a really cool Witcher. Henry's just too much of a pretty boy, man. I mean, I think he's great. I mean, don't get me wrong. But Geralt, that wasn't what Geralt was, man. Too pretty, man. Yeah, purely aesthetic. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the game. I mean, are there times where I'm going to want to switch to a smaller wheel? I'm 100% into win, but I can agree it's a proper. He's too pretty, SCR. I think that's the problem with him. He's not like male pretty. He's too pretty. I think someone like I don't know what it is about Cavill, man. See, everyone likes Cavill. Just, because he plays video games, man. He plays video games and he was The Witcher. And he might also have been Superman. But yeah, I thought Mads Mikkelsen would have been like a really badass Witcher. I think he's just. I don't find Cavill a particularly good actor either, to be honest. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad actor, but he's like Jason Statham, isn't he? So you see, Jason Statham's a man's man, right? Cavill's just a pretty boy, isn't he? There's like a difference, isn't there? I'm sure a lot of ladies would swoon over Jason Statham. I would. Cavill looks like he takes too long to get ready. You know what I mean? Way too long to get ready. These are from the Jack of All Trades DLC, so it's all about giving you choice for your money. £2. Yeah, but I'm just like I said, I'm just wondering about the size. I think I'm going to go for what do you reckon, Hicks? Out of all the 38 inches, which would you go for? These, or the? Oh shit! These, or these? I quite like these. MS2s, these. Any reason for that, Hicks? Over those. So these just look like they might churn a bit more. Do you know what I mean? So you said MS2s, we'll go MS2s, bro. You just spent like a good chunk of my cash, bro. So you better not fucked up it, so I'm not going to be happy, mate. Yeah, I think, you know what it is with Cavill as well? I always feel like, oh no, don't get hurt, mate. You'll mess your face up. Whereas, you know, like when Statham's bad and like his nose is out of joint, he's got an ear hanging off and a big scar on his head. It just seems to make him more badass. Whereas when Cavill gets like hurt, which he doesn't normally, you feel like, oh no, I've like ruined my best shoes, man. It's like he's too pretty for his own good, man. Leave garage. It's like a showcase man rather than a man, like Statham is, you know. All right, we're heading over. This is gonna be really weird, isn't it? Finally having mud tires, man. Oh wow, dude. Look at these Beastie Boys, X. Oh yeah, actually, I never thought about that, Austin. So the bigger it goes over holes better, the smaller is for more nimble, for sharper turn radius. Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, so I suppose like if there's lots of large rocks, but you've got the suspension to clear them, having like really big tires could be a problem because they could get wedged between larger rocks, couldn't they? Whereas like having those much smaller wheels. Yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. Actually. that kind of makes sense. I mean, obviously in the video game, we're not worried about, you know, things like fuel. Well, I suppose fuel efficiency is going to be a factor as well. But yeah. What are you saying? Yeah, slower acceleration and things. Yeah, I suppose that we don't really need to worry about it in a video game as much. I'm trying to put my lights on and epically fail. Mads Mikkelsen. I think Mads Mikkelsen would be a really cool Witcher. It's getting on a bit now. I don't know what Mads Mikkelsen looks like today. You know, it's been a while since I saw him. I think in anything, so I'm not sure. You know, but he would definitely be a badass Witcher, man. Because the Witchers aren't just good guys. I think that's why I wasn't so thrown on Cavill with it. Do you know what I mean? The Witchers are not really, you know, they're quite a dark, broody bunch, aren't they? In some ways, you know, they do take coin for killing things. You know, it's, I don't know. I just felt Mads would have been like, would have really brought Geralt alive. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Cavill as the Witcher, right? I mean, I hated The Witcher first season. God, I couldn't even watch it. I only watched about 3 episodes. Thought it was absolutely terrible. But weirdly enough, I went back and watched it when season 2 came out, and I ended up like being one of the few that liked The Witcher, as it turned out. A lot of people hated it, didn't they? Including Cavill himself. So. It feels so weird. This thing just feels so strange with these wheels on. There's another thing you can do in expeditions as well. You can, on the fly, inflate and deflate your tyres. So say you need like that little bit of extra traction, you can let a little bit of air out your tyres, which I thought was quite interesting. Right, so we've got to get to that pump now. You've got to assume coming straight across here is just a disaster waiting to happen. What about if we come across along there? I think that's got to be worth at least a shot, right? If we travel around. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out, right, Hex? There's also like water depth sensors if you take that module on the car. So rather than like, you know, leaping into it and hoping for the best, you can actually sort of detect the depth. Oh, hang on. Let me clear all of these points. Sorry, that's completely confused me. And then we want to come to there and then down to there. Down. I must admit, driving with the muds is a lot harder than you think when you're not in the mud. This is quite weird, actually. There's a drone as well in expeditions. So, like, if you just want to get out of the car. What was that noise then? Was that a wolf? Yeah, it got deployable anchors, and the best part is the winch, because one of the things in this that's always been a bit annoying is that once the winch is on, you can only keep retracting the winch. You can't let the tension out of it. Whereas in expeditions, you can both reel it in and essentially reel it out, if you like. So that's oh, we can't get down there. We've got a safety barrier there. Ah, okay. That's a bit of a problem. Should we just see if there's another way down? Yeah, there's even like deployable like mini bridges, which I guess are kind of like one-time use only, like an actual deployable little bridge, which looks like it could be really good fun. Only problem with this as well, my center of balance is completely off whack, man. This thing feels so top heavy now. Like ridiculous. I think we should have brought the snorkel. I think the snorkel is definitely needed here, isn't it? We might have to backtrack. Yeah, you do. Yeah, the Big Cheese edition is the same time as pretty much as I'll be playing it, right? Yeah, early access. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that actually. It's fairly commonplace these days with video games, isn't it? But buy the Super Donga edition. Get yourself a couple of digital goodies, but more importantly, you get early access. And let's be honest, people love that, don't they? People are quite happy to throw 20 quid at something just to get early access, which is mad. But we're all the same, aren't we? We're eager to devour content. Right? It's a shame it won't have cross-play from the beginning cast, because that would have been like a nice one if you'd have been up for it to play alongside each other, dude. Could both have kept, you know, for a little bit of, you know, whether it be on stream or outside of the stream, a bit of playtime. Hopefully there'll be some nice juicy content comes out with co-op, bro. You gotta think they will, right? That's it. We got another one, dude. Man, this Chevy's been awesome, dude. What else have we got then? So, drainage, and we want to be going over there. Probably. It's actually quite a long way from where we are, isn't it? So I think the best bet is to head to town. I think we come out of here. Should we try cutting up there? Oh, that looks deep, man. That looks... Oh, it just doesn't care about these trees, man. Those fallen trees that can be like really brutal, can't they? This thing just does not care, dude. Starfield burnt me doing that. Too early, waste of money. Well, I can't disagree, dude. I think the difference with Expeditions is, to be fair, it's a bit like me with the Division 2, dude. I kind of knew I was going to be in it, so I didn't mind risking it for a biscuit, to be fair. And I think again, I want to be careful what I say here, which is why I tend to be a bit quiet about this stuff, because you know, Expeditions is clearly different to Snowrunner. Right? And let's be honest, it needed to be, otherwise people would have just said, "Well, it's just DLC, it's just new maps for Snowrunner, bro." Yeah, you know, they have had to come up with something that's a bit different. Right? But yeah, I think Starfield is a really good example, SCR. A lot, you know, we didn't know what we were getting into. We just assumed, didn't we? Whereas, you know, massive under Ubisoft, you know, Division 1 was a game I thoroughly enjoyed. It was a no-brainer to buy the Super Duper edition of the Division 2, to be fair. So same with something like this. You know, they've got a proven track record. As long as it's technically performing, you know, so it's not like a really bad port or something, and you get like 3 FPS. I think, yeah, you're going to be reasonably confident you're going to get your DLCs money's out of it, right? But it's like you say, you know, all you're doing is paying a lot of money for early access, because there's nothing to stop you buying the season pass. It's not like it's going to be on a mega discount if you buy it, you know, as pre-order, is it? I mean, but yeah, the Starfield was brutal, man. God, how much did people spend on that? Was it £90? How much was it for the 5 days early access? What edition did you need? I'm sure it was like 90 quid, wasn't it? No, I've deliberately not bought the snorkel bike because I haven't had a use for it yet. It's not a case of having forgotten it. As I've said on stream, I just deliberately felt like I don't really need it at the minute. I'm trying to save the pennies for when we do need it, because, you know, I might need the snorkel more for the GMC perhaps than I do for this. Until I actually get to a point where I feel like I need it, which I don't. I think we know this map reasonably well at the moment. I got semi-slick tyres to buy. GJ Penny Pinch. What you mean as in the real world, dude, yeah? 80 quid Starfield's UI. To be honest, mate, I never criticised Starfield's UI, because, to be fair, Bethesda have never done a good UI. It was the least of my worries. I mean, you're right, but it was the least of my worries with Starfield. I had more than enough things to rant about with Starfield without talking about the UI. Oh my god. I've never tried so hard to like a game in my entire life. I just couldn't, man. I just couldn't do it. It was so fucking boring. It was the wedding. You know when I rushed the wedding with Sarah? Just for comedy. Maybe it's not just me, you know? Let's just see how bad this actually is. That whole wedding was just... I have never seen such terrible narrative in a video game. You know, I would rather have a non-existent story like Elden Ring, right? Whatever the hell Starfield tried to pull back. It was just an embarrassment. Yeah, I've still got them, Whiskey. Not only that, I got the full Constellation Edition, don't forget, dude. So I got the headset, I got the controller, which are freaking epic. Constellation Edition, or whatever it was called. With the watch, and you know, the case, like which is like a semi-replica of like the little units they took on the shuttle. Yeah, I really wanted to like the game. You know, I honestly thought I'd still be playing it January, February. Like, right now, I thought it would be until the end of February I'd still be playing Starfield. You know, by the time all the mods have come out, we've restarted a couple of times, and we're going, oh my god, remember what? Oh, look at the graphics in this now. You know, oh, look at the EMB we're using. Oh my god, we've really brought the game to life. It's amazing. This is like Skyrim in space, bro. I don't think I even made a week through it on stream, bro. I was just so... It's like I said, it's not that it was a bad game. It just felt so bland. It just felt so unalive in every conceivable way, you know? I wonder if we'll need the... what do you reckon? I still don't think we'll need the snorkel. Do you think they'll fix it? It can't be fixed, Austin. And that's why a lot of the modders that I sort of liaise with on the Nexus have kind of like turned their backs on it in many ways. Because something like Skyrim, you can build on a solid foundation, right? You can add armor packs and weapon packs and animation and idle animations and just simply make an already quite fun game even more exhilarating. You can modify the combat, you can fix stealth, you can fix broken quests, but ultimately what you're doing is you're adding a layer of polish to an otherwise pretty playable, enjoyable open world, you know? Starfield just isn't an enjoyable open world, you know? It's constantly locked behind too many transitional states in the form of loading screens or endless user interface interactions, and you know, things like, you know, to take a single 3-hop shout gathering stream in Skyrim, the various tombs and catacombs you're going to go through, the traps, the undead, the Drog coming out of the crypts and things. And in Starfield, when you go and get your space shouts, because let's be honest, that's what they are, you do the same little floaty mini game, time after time after time. There is no fixing that. There is no fixing the core soulless experience. And if one could argue it is fixable, but no one's going to put that amount of effort into it. There is not a modder out there that is going to overhaul Starfield to the point whereby it becomes a game people want to play. You know, if they've already turned their back on it. It's just, you know, you might as well set yourself up a whole new dev team, right? It's just a perfectly bland average, you know, for me, 5 out of 10. You know, 5 out of 10 is not it's not a bad game, but it's also not even remotely a good game. Well, no, it's not polishing the turd, because it's not a turd. Starfield isn't a turd. I think that's the problem. I think therein lies the very issue that so many games have. If it's not a 10 out of 10, it becomes a 1 out of 10. And Starfield isn't a 1 out of 10. I mean, for example, you know, it actually launched as a pretty solid product. You know, for Bethesda, very few bugs. You know, it's credit where credit is due. Microsoft gave them another year of development, and they clearly spent a lot of that time fixing bugs by the looks of it. The combat was pretty good. You know, some of the graphical fidelity in the game was actually pretty nice. You know, it's not a terrible game. But you can't polish that into a masterpiece. You just can't do it. It's so sometimes a game can be ugly and buggy and janky, but you know what? It sings. It's got a rhythm. It's got a soul. There's something there you can't quite put your finger on. It's intangible, but you know it's a good feeling, right? And sometimes a game comes along that just feels like it was an Excel spreadsheet tick list, and that is what Starfield is, you know? Yeah, distinctly average. Exactly. It's a perfect 5. You know, in some cases I'd give it a 6 out of 10, you know, if I had to give the game a score. You know, it's like Nightingale. Nightingale is not a particularly fun game, I find. I find a game... I use the analogy of being in a bank, and if anyone's played World of Warcraft, I think I've made a bad mistake, haven't I? Nightingale's playtime is akin to... Oh my god, this is not good, is it? You know, like in a bank in World of Warcraft, or if you're at an airport, passport control or something like that, and there's a kiosk in front of you, and you've got the red line in front of you, you just step over the red line and you go to the kiosk, right? But you know when they put those bloody barriers up and they create like a zigzag pathway? You know, when there's a lot of people, so instead of the queue being like from A to B in a straight line, it kind of zigzags. That's how Nightingale feels, even though it doesn't need to be. Even though you could just walk straight to the kiosk or the bank teller, right? You can't. You have to walk 15 miles through this zigzagging path together. That's how Nightingale feels. It's not a bad game. It's just boring. Why make it so hard to get the fun, you know? And I think I feel the same about Nightingale. It's inherently, you know, what little I've seen, and I've played more outside of stream on my other account, but you know, I don't know. It hasn't got. It just hasn't got any magic. It just hasn't got what it takes. I think we did it, boys. I think we actually did it. This thing is a beast, man. So contests we're not going to worry about. A drowned heavy truck. We need to get a Chevrolet Kodiak C70 out of somewhere. And is that where we just went? That place is just a living hell, right? I should imagine we need a way bigger truck for some of this stuff. What about... So I don't think there's anything left to do here, right? Unless we go and do the barrels. I think the biggest problem we're going to have with barrels is fuel, isn't it? What about if we take like a little fuel truck over here? Because I don't think we don't want mud tyres doing that, do we? I think that is going to be quite challenging. I think some of these, I'm sure on one playthrough, we just kind of like brute force them, fell down the mountain, but at least we put a tick in a box, right? There's no way to change tyres when we're over there, is there? See, that would be nice, wouldn't it? If you could change your tyres, like when you're out and about. Nightingale's still in early development at the moment, though. The other is, I don't know. I wouldn't buy into the hype on that, to be honest, dude, because I think already Nightingale. I know it's classed as an early access, but I'm going to be honest. Normally all that means is they're going to add, you know, quality of life fixes to things, bug fixes, and maybe some content like Ancient Shrouded's only got part of the map done. I don't think Nightingale's got what it takes, dude. I really don't. I think the whole experience is just too completely lackluster. Again, I don't think... I think it's wishful thinking to think Nightingale is going to suddenly become better because it's early in development. Because it's like I said about Starfield, I think the structural foundations of the game are just too boring. Yeah, I'm not sure about that looking at it. I mean, we could fuel, so obviously we can come out of the garage, down to the fuel station, and then come up and into it, right? What tyres would we use, though? Wonder how much it would cost me to attack like a little. Is there a little fuel truck anywhere on this map? There's got to be, right? Oh no, there isn't. I mean, we know there's. Oh, that's kind of weird though, because we know there is one. That's weird. It's not showing on the list, is it? And we actually know that there is a fuel truck right there, look. Which doesn't seem to show... Oh, it does. Fuel carrier trailer. I was looking for a different icon. It looked like a flatbed. They're just the same icons there. I wonder how much it would cost to buy a little dinky... Where would we do that? Should we switch back to the other tyres? Nightingale went really hard in the sponsored videos. That sort of always triggers me to be worried. I think the problem is that Nightingale didn't lie to anyone. But it's one of those games whereby it's very easy to make it look better and more minute-to-minute fun and a little bit more exhilarating than the reality. So if you go and look at the cinematic trailers for Nightingale, there are some really cool elements. And one could argue you actually do see all of that. They haven't lied to you. You know, those beautiful vistas, they're floating down on an umbrella, so some of those crazy sort of bosses that you'll see. But the reality isn't the same. It doesn't have the punch because those moments are so kind of drawn out in a way. You know, the game's pretty as hell. But, I don't know, it just seems to be, again, you know, crafty, survivally, with not a lot in between, you know? And the combat, although I don't dislike the melee combat in Nightingale, I personally felt it was quite chunky. I know a lot of people disagree with that. It did feel quite samey, to be honest. And like I said, I have played more outside of the stream, and I had played a little bit before the stream, but only the intro stuff, so I can't honestly say. I suppose I just did a lot of the early demo stuff a few times. Do you think there needs to be what do you think needs to be created to make the next great game? I would assume it's very dependent on the individual. I think for me, the only thing left in video games that hasn't been touched upon is clipping. I think any game that I've really enjoyed would be made all the more awesome if clipping became so true, full environmental collision. Very few games have clipping, and you know, even like cloth collision. And I just think it's the last real technical barrier. I think photorealism, lighting, water, shaders have reached this almost never dreamt of. I mean, look at Cyberpunk. That game is just breathtaking when it's maxed out. But I'd love to play like from an immersive point of view, so something like a dungeon crawler, where you know, your dude with a giant two-handed sword in a narrow corridor has got major problems, man. You ain't swinging that battle axe over your head or swinging your big broadsword. You know, and I think just the idea of true full collision and no clip would define a new genre within already existing genres in a way. I think it would elevate it to even more, you know, full. Do you remember like when games were going full environmental destruction as well? So think of full environmental collision that is pixel accurate, but also with destruction. And do you remember a game called? That's going to annoy me, man. Red Faction, I think. Don't quote me on it. Do you remember Red Faction? Years and years and years ago. With wonderful environmental destruction, and now all we seem to get is a couple of shooters that have like a concrete barricade, and you shoot it a bit and some lumps of concrete fall out of it, but it's still kind of there with a little bit of rebar showing. So I think that's what the industry will need next. I think environmental collision / destruction, and I think a game that can pull that off, even in a bite-sized vertical slice of, say, like a dungeon, would be pretty revolutionary, to be honest. Because I think that's all that's left in games. I don't think there's much else to technically to really improve upon. I think the natural evolution will be for a game to have it all. You know, like a Grand Theft Auto game with cars to actually have Snowrunner-esque physics, you know, in parts of the map. You know, who knows? The only trouble with the no clip on it is people would make mods to allow you to clip and take the battle axe. Okay, I'm not sure if you're just being funny or not. What's that cheap little shooter that has destructible environments? You're right, Stuart. I don't know, man. This cheap little shooter that has destructible environments. I don't know, dude. There's a game that's completely voxel based, isn't there? Teardown. Is it BattleBit? Is that the one you're thinking of? Shall we change the wheels to? We really want like off-road tyres, don't we? Like excellent off-road tyres. But it's going to cost me like $5,000. Can you sell them back? Can you actually sell them back at no cost? I mean, all of these are excellent. See, maybe this is where some slightly smaller tyres might be beneficial. Because we're going up like all sorts of craggy rocks and things, aren't we? I'm not even talking about, again, it's not the conversation I'm having. I'm not even talking about multiplayer. I'm talking about a solid single-player game. You know, an existing dungeon crawler like Elder Scrolls with perfect environmental collision and destruction. Multiplayer I'm not interested in. That's easily solved as latency, and you know, at some point everyone's going to be like 2 miles away from an Amazon web server hub, right? So I mean, all that is just really the infrastructure getting resolved. So again, it doesn't really come into play. I'm gonna try and get this. I'm gonna give it a bash. How much would a fuel trailer cost me? I'm going to assume we just haven't found one on the map. I'm sure there's a little dinky one on this map. Scout fuel carrier, 3,800, dude. If I bought that and I wanted to sell it back, would I have to bring it back here? You can sell everything for 100%. Would I have to bring it back, though? I mean, we could buy the reef rack, but that's a lot less fuel. This has got 900 litres of fuel, isn't it? I'll tell you what, let's buy it. Let's do it. Let's treat ourselves. And then we're going to want... So we want to... Basically, we want to sort of like create a little hub base somewhere over there, don't we? So... I think if we come down to the fuel station to start with, right, we should be good to go, yeah. So yeah, I don't think that answers that question for me, automated. A genre I would like to see more of is underwater. I feel there's a distinct lack of attention paid to the miasmic horrors of the ocean. You know, we're all into like space travel and swords and sorcery and all that fluff, dude. I'd love to see the birth of a new role-playing IP that wasn't swords and magic. What wasn't, you know, another Mass Effect. I'd love to see something that was about humanity delving into the ocean, but with a real kind of sci-fi flair to it. And let's be honest, you don't really need to think too deep about the ocean. You know, there's still God knows what horror's lurking down there. And I'd love to see that. And I'd love the idea of that, you know, that floaty, suspended, underwater, the claustrophobic darkness. I just think the environment itself lends itself so fully to the idea of immersive exploration, and even think about the wonderful vehicles that could be incorporated into a game like that. And I just feel like we've never had anything. You know, we've got, you know, little indie games, Subnautica, you know, and a couple of others, but you know, one could argue, you know, not even BioShock really. I mean, it's not really, you know, yeah, it's all underwater, the original, but do you know what I mean? It's something that's really about, you know, like is it Meg with Jason Statham? And there's this huge underwater compound. You know, they're obviously drilling for things, whatever it is. You know, something like that. I just think, like, where the hell's that game, dude? It seems like untapped potential. Alright, so we're gonna go... It's a fairly straight journey. We're gonna stick to the roads. We want to see if we can at least get to one of these, right? We'll come in through the logging station. Oh, hang on. Where? Hang on. Whoa. Where's the barrels? Am I going the wrong way? And it's basically going to then be up there. Well, let's see how that goes. Don't we know more about space generations? But that's easy, because space, yeah, there's fuck all in it. There you go. Oceans, who knows? You know what I mean? There ain't a lot out there. We gotta know that, right? At least in our own solar system, right? It's like, you know, moon, Uncle Rock, great, not a lot going on. I've watched For All Mankind, very uninteresting. Mars, pretty bad. Oceans, you see some of the stuff they bring about in that ocean, mate? Jesus Christ, dude. That's not the planet we live in, or on. Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth. And there you see, imagine a rolling like Mass Effect IP that, but is about like beginning off in some underground facility, or sorry, under ocean, submersed facility, and things starting to slowly go wrong. You know, even if it was something as look, we've heard it before. We mined too deep. You know what I mean? Who cares? You know, so some volcanic activity or tectonic plate shifting to unveil some vast chasm that we go and explore and start discovering terrible monstrosities in there. Who cares? You know, I don't even care what the story is, as long as there's fun stuff to see, man. So I would very much like to see that you know, underwater tapped, no pun intended, a little more in the industry. I think all of us, and I still don't understand why, or maybe they have, why no mainstream developer / publisher hasn't jumped on the bandwagon, is regardless of what happened to the day before, put all that to one side. The simple fact, the irrefutable fact is that it went to #1 on Steam's most wishlisted of all time, really, and the huge kerfuffle over it clearly indicates to the industry that there is a market for an open world zombie survival game with vehicles. And there's some studios out there that have got engines, tech, and, you know, essentially what is geometry-based procedural generation that could bang out something like that, you know, without really having to rethink too much. I mean, Ubisoft definitely springs to mind. Ubisoft are amazing at creating virtual worlds. You know, stick some zombies in it and some cars. You've kind of got a winner, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, but there's clearly, I think, you know, I've often said, you know, when people say the zombie genre is oversaturated, I couldn't disagree more. I think there's a big difference between a genre being saturated with games and a genre being saturated with games that aren't totally trash. There are actually very few solid zombie games that think a little outside of the box, you know. I think, you know, I think Once Human is a good gauge for this. You know, it might not be zombies, but, you know, it's still the non-human element. You know, we're not up against dudes with conventional guns and things. You know, Once Human's kind of touching on the periphery of that idea, I think. And you know, that's seen meteoric success as well, hasn't it? In fact, haven't they got another beta or closed alpha or whatever they're going to call it this time around? Coming, is it in March? Because like we're literally in March, really. Rain of Fire. What was Rain of Fire did? I'm not sure what that is. I've heard of it. Rain of Fire. For some reason, I'm thinking of Dragons, but. This Chevy, it's just an absolute beast of a car. Little bit of World War Z. Good game. Brilliant game. Sabre. Again, Sabre Interactive. And don't forget, they're doing Space Marine, dude. Space Marine 2. So the tech that went into World War Z, their zombie fluid system, is going to be, you have to assume, used heavily in Space Marine 2. So there's going to be gargantuan hordes of, you know, the boys, the old boys. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to Space Marine 2. So weirdly, one of those really like budget games on the Xbox 360, I think, when I played it. And so really enjoyed the first Space Marine. Well, one of those surprise ones, you know, you buy it in a game, brick and mortar game store in the UK, and you buy it, you know, for like $1.99 and think it's just like completely trashed here, but you farm a little bit of gamer score on it or something. And it turns out to actually be like a really, really cool game. I think what we'll do. Why don't we refuel? Well, why even refuel? Like, let's detach the trailer. Let's go up there and see what we can do. They took up a dragon male every 10,000 years. Came out to breed and bird. Yeah. I was gonna say, I was ringing some bells. I'll tell you what I am looking forward to a little bit more than I was is Dragon's Dogma. I'm not getting my hopes up. Even if it's like a Dragon's Dogma 1.5, I think I'll be quite happy because Dragon's Dogma is such an old game. You know, even if it was just Dragon's Dogma remastered, I'd still be interested in it. So I'm starting to feel. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, I ate that hard, didn't I? Are you looking for something like a mix of Snowrunner and Days Gone? Days Gone. It doesn't need to be Snowrunner. To be honest, it doesn't need to be that level of detail. I would just be happy with the Days Gone 2, to be honest. Like, one of the best games I've ever played. You know? We talk about World War Z as having large zombies. Only 200. The engine can only handle 200 zombies. Days Gone had 500 zombie hordes, and every single one was accounted for. Absolute revolutionary game, and unfortunately scarred by bad publicity from the current, whatever you want to call it. I tend to avoid the W word, but you probably know what I mean. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be Snowrunner-esque vehicles. It's like GTA. I'm not expecting I'm not expecting GTA to have. This is where it would be really nice in Expeditions to have the. There's the bloody thing. How am I going to get to that? How the hell do we get up there? That even possible? Well, it's got to be possible. Woo! What the hell? Do you reckon that's the hardest one to get? Because I can't see an approach route for that barrel at all. Wow, Jesus. These are not easy, are they? What's that, Ultimate? I just want a flare side pickup like you're driving in my life. They need to bring back the old square bodies. What's that? Have you played any more Assassin's Creed shows? Oh my god, I remember this one. I'm sure I remember SCR and myself up here, man. I've got bad memories of this. Oh, dude, yeah. Rolling down there, man. Sure of it. What do you have to do? Do you just have to, like, touch them, do you? How the hell are you supposed to get over there? Is that for real, dude? Is there like a little route that you uncover somewhere? Should we go and try and do the one down in the water and get that one out of the way? Because that one actually worries me. Because we could always, if we can get that one while we've got the mud tyres on, then we can always come back. I am looking forward to GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to be awesome. I am really looking forward to that. It's got guns. It's going to have a couple of crazy anti-heroes, no doubt. It's going to have cars and bikes and planes and boats. And I can't ask for more out of a game, really, than that. I feel like going down, around. It's that'll go on the easy track, innit? What do you reckon? I'm going to run out of fuel, though, ain't I? Jeez, man. Jeez Louise. It does look like there is a route up there, doesn't there? Oh shit, hang on. What happened there? Get rid of... Can you get rid of these? No? Yeah, there we go. Let's give it a bash. When GTA 6, we don't know. There's no date on it other than 2025. From what I remember though, don't Rockstar nearly always launch within like a month or so? It's very little fluctuation, you know, in Red Dead, GTA. They're not like always, is it June or July/August? I'm sure they've always been released in the same little window, dude. Yeah, I must admit the helicopters in GTA 5 were dog shit, weren't they? I've got to admit, they actually were really bad, to be fair, mate. I love flying in all games, and I've got to admit, dude, I really dislike the helicopters in GTA 5. You could get extremely skilled in them, but it was not what I expected in a GTA game. I'm not expecting, you know, I actually, in a way, liked the fact it wasn't super arcadey, but it just felt wrong. They actually felt wrong, didn't they? Alright, so we're going to come back down and we're going to go in. I can't zoom in anymore. Zoom in, and in. The map in this game, even the map in this game is freaking awesome. Steady on, mates. I'll aim to have a PC that can run it by then. It won't be on PC, Missy. It'll be on console. It won't launch on PC for at least. I'm going to be guessing at least a year. Yeah. So you'll be looking at 2026 for the PC version. I would have thought. It'll be. You've got to assume PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro because that should launch this holiday period. An Xbox Series X/S exclusively. Rockstar have like no reason not to, you know, or rather no reason to deviate from their double triple dip. It works for them, and I know I'll do it, dude. You know, funds allowing. So I imagine the definitive edition will be on PlayStation 5 Pro at some point in 2025, I guess. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I sort of am going the wrong way. Is it that time already, Shades? My God. Mind you, it's been a weird day today on stream, hasn't it, Shades? Stocky start here, but... Now, we still want to come back, don't we? So, I mean, it doesn't look that bad, but careful, careful. So we going up there, are we? I don't like our approach angle there. Not getting a console, but the thing is, the thing is though, without being weird about it, if you have a PlayStation 5 now, it's actually more powerful than your PC, Missy. So it'll play Helldivers better than your PC does. So you see my point? Consoles get a bad rap, but I'm telling you, mate, I think they're fucking amazing. I've got no issues with consoles. When games like GTA 5 come out and I can sit there and play Red Dead a year before, and let's be honest, like half the time when they come out on PC as ports, they're fucking terrible anyway, aren't they? I reckon if we come back out like there, back down to there, then hopefully through that mud and then into there. Might as well, right? You love your Series X, or mate? Yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't recommend anyone getting an Xbox. Personally, I'd say stick with PlayStation. But if you've got a computer, you have literally no reason to have an Xbox Series X, and unless it's a very niche. Oh, I like using it in the living room, whatever. I mean, PlayStation 5 and a reasonable PC, you really can't go wrong there. You really can't. I mean, you know, what's a PlayStation going to cost you? Or, you know, once that Pro comes out, people will be flogging the PlayStation 5 second-hand market in the UK will be like God mode at that point. Because everyone will be flogging their PlayStation 5s to get a Pro. It'll be, there'll be some cracking deals on it. I can't believe I just did that. Nice. I just saw the review for the Moser trucking wheel, and it's massive. It's a 16-inch one. How much is it? Before you get my googlies all happy, mate, how much is the damn thing? I lost all my PlayStation Network games a couple of years ago because it was tied to an email account that I had. I've had a friend who did this. Yeah, a while back, man. You know, a couple of 3 years, some tail end of COVID. And he'd ended up getting himself a PlayStation. He couldn't for the life of him remember the email address he signed up for. And they were having none of it, mate. You know, he could prove who he was. You know, he'll send them anything, passport, driving license. They were having none of it, mate. Rule number 1. See, I suppose the thing is I mean, his account was set up in PlayStation 3 days, right? So, yeah, I'm sure many of us have lost accounts due to long forgotten email addresses. But yeah, they definitely don't fuck around, do they? You lost hundreds of... But at the end of the day, that's your own fault, right, automated? Yeah, you know, it can happen anywhere. It would only be the same on Xbox, mate, I'm sure. Or anywhere, Steam. You know, I mean, Steam's bloody notoriously terrible. Valve have got some of the worst support in video game history, right? You know, if you sign up to something, remember your email address, right? And your bloody password. The thing is, back then, I think a lot of us set up email accounts. You know, we didn't have two-factor authentication or a backup email account or even maybe a mobile phone attached to it, you see. It was just like, we were just kids, weren't we? You got a PlayStation 3, set up an account. You didn't want your mum and dad knowing, so you faked your date of birth as well. You know, I can't blame a whole service for that. They've just, haven't Sony just introduced something else? But they've just introduced something, I can't remember what they've called it. There's a new, like, sort of security element, isn't there? That you can opt into, I believe. I feel like there should be a right-hand turn here. Yeah, but it's like I said, Missy, you see, again, you could have both. I mean, I'm not trying to convince you, but, you know, you've got a PC that for most of the time works, and you can have a PlayStation 5 and play some games way better than your PC does, let's be honest, and be able to play things that are exclusive to PlayStation. You know, you wouldn't be losing out. I mean, that's you know, just making the decision for whatever reason. I think most people actually do what we say. Oh no, we need the snorkel. We need the snorkel. I think a lot of people do exactly that. They have even a gaming laptop, but they have a PlayStation, you know, for things like GTA or Sony exclusives, or games that just aren't running particularly well for whatever reason that may be on their fuel. We can definitely get it though, but I think this is where we get the snorkel and say sod it, right? So, do we have a price on it, Speedy? Do we know how much? Just going to buy an Xbox Series X Pro Gigamax when GTA 6 comes out. I don't think they'll have anything automated. I don't think Xbox have got anything on the horizon, dude. I mean, the Pro is already in development hands, so developers actively have got the PlayStation 5 Pro dev kits. We've heard nothing about Xbox, bro. And, you know, it's too late for them to launch for the holiday season, which is notoriously perfect for console launches unless you're Nintendo. So I don't think you're going to have an update to the Xbox Series X when GTA 6 comes out, to be honest. I really don't. I think Phil's lost the plot over there, to be honest. I'm going to recover. And we will go for the snorkel at long last. Tall mushroom. Tall front facing. 2,300 for a bit of bleeding piping coming up around the top. That seems a bit much, bro. Where is the last barrel? Is it? Where's the barrel? Where's the barrel? Where's the barrel? Ah, there we go. Over there. Is there a faster route to that, do you think? I would... we don't like this area, do we? That's a nasty area. But I'm thinking up... Oh, I don't know. Up there. Up there. I think if we sort of come in here and like cut through to there. And then up. Where are we going? I guess just loop around really, right? And then maybe come in like through that angle there. See how that gets. Alright, I reckon we might. Yeah, I think a nice solid console. And you know, a lot of people like don't like controllers either. But I mean, like, there's so many games now that you can use a USB keyboard with your console. And I think a PlayStation 5 is pretty much about as good a value as money as you're going to get, unless you really want Game Pass. And I've come to the conclusion that Game Pass was brilliant. There was no arguing about Game Pass, because you could get it every month for like $1 or £1 or one whatever, and we knew we were on limited time with that. And now I find that I think for a new gamer, Xbox Game Pass is absolutely gold dust. You know, to someone that is gonna, be picking up gaming for the first time. You know, you've got a child, whatever age you deem your child to be, okay to start playing video games. That Game Pass offers them that back catalogue that is unimaginable, really. But weirdly, the PlayStation's got some fantastic games on their Plus subscription service as well, which is very infrequently mentioned. I noticed like all the Assassin's Creed games that you recently bought, Shades, are all sitting on one of them. Have I got my lights on? But I think for any of us that have been around for a long time, what it feels like is you're paying for Game Pass just to have like the opportunity to play a new game that might come up on it. But those new games are few and far between now. Most of the time, if it's a game I'm that worried about on PC, I'm probably going to buy it on Steam anyway, rather than Xbox, because I really don't like the installation directories on Xbox. Most of my games I would want to have at least Shade working on. So, yeah, I think Game Pass is absolutely, irrefutably fantastic if you are in that target audience. But for someone like me, first time in what, 3 years I cancelled the sub. I mean, obviously Elegon funded that for 3 years, and I kept it going for a good chunk of time afterwards. But it's just not value for money for me anymore. There's nothing on the Game Pass ever these days that I care about. Oh no, I know, Missy. No, but seriously, don't throw away if you see a cheap PlayStation, Missy. That's all I mean. But don't just rule it out. Don't just go, well, I'm not buying a console just for GTA. Honestly, I don't know what the market's like over there, Missy, for second-hand stuff. But seriously, when those PlayStation 5 Pros drop, I think every single person I know that's got a PlayStation 5 will have them up on Gumtree, and they won't care. They'll take £100 for it, mate. They really don't care. They just see it as some money off their PlayStation 5 Pro. You know what I mean? They're not going to be, trying to get the deal of the century on it. They just want it out of the house, if they're not going to hand it down to a kid. Yeah, don't rule it out, man. You might find out you're sitting there for, the price of a fucking takeaway. You're sitting there day one on GTA 6. Your kid loves playing the Lego games on your old PlayStation 4. We were talking about that the other day. I remember playing Star Wars and Lego Indiana Jones, man. Weirdly satisfying. Even as an adult, the clickety-click of the bricks as you build the bridge for Indy to clamber over. Your oldest stock. I was going to say, I think the second-hand market will be saturated here in the UK for PlayStation 5s going into Christmas. But it's amazing how many kids are going to get their dad's hand-me-downs. Wrapped up for Christmas as well, I'd like to point out. It's brand new, that is, son. Brand new, mate. Brand new PlayStation 5. What you got, Dad? Don't worry about it, lad. He's got a PlayStation 5 Pro in his man cave. Yeah, I mean, for the first time in ages, because I was looking, I was, you know, I know Casca was like really looking forward to Final Fantasy. I thought, fuck yeah, you know, give it a bash, why not? And I thought, like, you know, I'm sure I could pick up, you know, a couple of 3 years ago, whatever it was, the integrated version of Final Fantasy. I thought probably pick it up for about 20 quid or something. Jesus Christ, it's well expensive, man. So it was a bit of a no-go, but you know, I started looking around to see if it was available on like the Plus subscription service and all the rest of it. And it was the first time I've really looked at the PlayStation Store as say like with the eyes of a new customer. So in other words, like, okay, I don't know, like I said, your child wants a PlayStation or an Xbox. Okay, let's have a look at Game Pass. You know, we can't afford maybe to buy your child a brand new game every month, but you know, the Game Pass for, you know, $12.99 or $9.99, whatever it is, depending on what you get. You know, it could sound like really good value for money, but I tell you what, the PlayStation's got some fucking amazing games on it. It's got a brilliant back catalogue on it. When I bought my first ever video game, Hickey moved out with his PlayStation 2. What, so you bought a game for the PlayStation 2 and Hickey pissed off with it? What game was that, Shades? What was that, mate? What was one of, like, I mean, what was PlayStation 2? I mean, what games? That would have been like Tomb Raider and the early Metal Gear Solid games, right? Would that be like that sort of stuff? Final Fantasy 12? Final Fantasy 12 was on the PlayStation 2? Really? Jesus Christ. I remember playing Final Fantasy 13 on the PlayStation 3, so I suppose that does make sense. Well, at least I think it was PlayStation 3. Pretty sure of it. I envy anyone picking up. See, this is go back to what Missy said as well. See, if you were to buy a PlayStation for, oh no, for Grand Theft Auto 6, you're not buying it just for Grand Theft Auto 6. Jesus Christ. The games that are exclusive to the PlayStation that you could pick up either for free on their subscription service, or if you buy a disc edition for like nothing on eBay. Oh my god, that's what happened to me with the PlayStation 3. I came to the PlayStation 3 incredibly late in its life, and I have never enjoyed video games as much as I did back then. You know, despite access to all this amazing hardware and even free games from, you know, various companies. Oh my god, those PlayStation 3 days, man. I had like years worth of Sony PlayStation exclusives to catch up on. And they were costing me like, you know, as little as £1. You know, they just wanted them out of the goddamn store. I remember the white wire basket in the doorway of this will make you laugh. My local game at the time, right? It was in the city centre, yeah. And you remember the old? I mean, I'm sure they're still there, but they're probably much smaller. But you remember like the sort of like the barricade, the magnetic barricade that would bleep if you were shoplifting, right? Well, their white baskets. It was like this white metal basket, right? Of like bargain bin games, and they were always like on offer for $2.99 or $99p or something. They wanted to get rid of them so badly, yeah. Those games were on the other side of the detector, and it wasn't for years later that I thought, well, they just open people and shoplift them and get rid of them because they can't technically throw them away, kind of thing. But yeah, God, I was picking up like insane games, you know, like the Uncharted series. Was it Heavy Rain? You know, these games like I'd never played before because I'd only ever been able to afford, like, you know, a big AAA budget. You know, I was playing Call of Duty and Battlefield. You know, if you were to go out today and buy a PlayStation 5, right, you think of the games you've got access to that you've never been able to play before because they're nowhere else. They're Sony exclusives. You know, Spider-Man, God of War, you know, Gran Turismo, you know, any genre, there's stuff there that you never get to play anywhere else, man. I'd like to get a VR headset for the kid, albeit somewhat for myself too. Just can't justify the cost. Yeah, and I suppose the other question is personally, Hicks, as someone who's had a fair bit of experience with a multitude of VR headsets and quite a lot of personal time with the Oculus Rift S, I did make a mistake. Despite my own knowledge about it, I did one day, not that long ago, make the mistake of sitting in VR for a little too long. I hadn't got my VR legs back just at that point, Hicks. And I'm telling you, mate, I felt... It's a horrible feeling, dude. There's no other way to describe it. It's not like travel sickness, motion sickness. I didn't feel right for a good... Like, as in really not good, dude, for at least 48 hours, man. And I would say still 3-4 days later, I did not feel good, man. I would be very cautious putting a child in a VR headset, Hicks. One of the big issues as well is getting, for example, your... there's a lot of setting up a good VR headset. So getting the distance between your eyes and the lens focal point all correct. Getting it comfortable on the head. And, you know, a child's head, you know, they're still developing. Can they articulate the fact that, say, maybe parts of the peripheral area are, you know, not in focus? The problem is, Hicks, also, the VR post-trauma, it happens only once you come out. You're not aware of it, dude. Everything seems fine. But, oh my God, the only way I could describe it is a little bit like, say, maybe you've had an edible and you realise, oh shit, I shouldn't have had the second one because now it's all starting to kick in. And you realise there's nothing you can do. And once that VR sickness hits, you're fucked, dude. And to a child to experience that, I would not want to put them through it, mate, because it's a really, really, really alien sensation, dude. I would really rethink it, because obviously I know her age, etc. I would do a lot of checking, mate. I don't think there's anything to be gained about putting a child in a VR headset at that age, mate. I really don't. I think they need to be a little bit older, able to articulate sensations and just suspicions that something's not right, you know. I know it seems like a great idea. Yeah, I feel bad, like almost like putting you off a little bit, Hicks, but you know, don't take my word for it. You know, do your own research. You know, have a good thing. Because, like I said, even for someone like me who's had hours and hours and hours in VR, I hadn't been in it for a while, and I booted up Half-Life Alyx, mate. And of course, the game is amazing. I was really getting into it, and oh my God, dude, it was like almost the second I took it off and I ventured back into the real world, it hit me like a freaking stone, mate. And everything about my sort of just mental state was off, dude. It's you know, I've heard people describe it as like, you know, like being on a boat and like you feel like you're swaying. It's not like that at all, dude. I think that's for people that can't articulate the feeling, because there's nothing else like it, man. It's like a hybrid of nausea but not nausea, motion sickness but not motion sickness. Just this absolute intangible, undefinable feeling that something is wrong. And to be honest, dude, if you get trippy about it, you start thinking, and I am sort of having a bit of a laugh here, it's almost as if the world isn't real. And I won't say more than that, because it's a topic of deep discussion. It's almost like the Matrix. It's like, hang on a minute. Whoa. I've just been in this other virtual world, and now I feel it like I'm in another virtual world, and it don't feel right, dude. And it's a weird brain mess. And like I said, I'm not saying this is, you know, some deep, profound mental instability or something, but that's the kind of way it starts feeling. It just feels off, dude, you know? You feel like you've had a glimpse behind a curtain that you really don't feel like you wanted a glimpse behind, mate. And it is, the world feels wrong. And like I said, for 2 days, it felt pretty bad, man. Yeah, it could be tied to something like that, Dave. Sensory deprivation. Your brain's like heavily adjusting to... Because the problem is, in VR, you are moving. Like in Half-Life Alyx, my character is moving, but I'm not. My body and my internal organs are not having that sense of fluid mobility, but my brain is moving. As far as my brain is concerned, I am moving. And then all of a sudden, you come back to the real world, and it just feels wrong, dude. Minecraft is all kids need. Yeah, absolutely. Minecraft and what's that other one? Minecraft. What was the other one we saw about the other day? Oh shit, what was it? There was something else I described as being awesome. Oh, Lego Fortnite. I think Lego Fortnite is brilliant as well. I think kids have a lot of fun with that. You've never gotten... Yeah, this wasn't motion sickness, believe I've had normal off. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's nothing like what... It's not... You know, like sometimes you've been in VR for a bit too long and you come out of it and it's just like, yeah, you know, you just got... It could be anything from a little bit of a headache or a little bit of a... You know, just... You don't feel 100%. You know, it happens to us all no matter how good our legs are. But every now and again, you know, and like I said, you wouldn't want that happening to a child, man. Yeah, you really wouldn't. Because it's a horrible sensation. Could a 5-year-old have fun in Lego Fortnite though? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%. I think. Yeah, yeah. It's a fun game, man. I'm not so sure. I think supervised. You know, I think like any game for a 5-year-old, they're going to need a little bit of hand holding, aren't they? Lego Fortnite's super accessible, mate. Because if you think about it, Minecraft's not simple. You know, there's a hell of a lot to Minecraft, right? But it's cool. You hit things and build things, right? And Lego Fortnite's very similar, mate. So I think if you sat there together, I think there'd be a wonderful sense of fun building in it. But I don't know. I mean, I assume you played Minecraft with the right hicks. The Uncanny Valley mind flip. Yeah, yeah. It's like I say, it's not the normal like shit. I was in VR too long and you shake it off after like 20 minutes. This was like a multi-day. Oh, it felt rough, man. Oh, I did not like that feeling. I've never had it before and I've never had it since. And I know a lot of people that get into VR have this. You know, so some people can jump into VR without any grounded cockpit. I mean, anything in VR that's got a grounded cockpit is pretty solid. I think most people can get away with that. If you're in the cockpit of a car, a spaceship, anything where you've got a visual reference that is static, you're fine. But you know, you start playing like Skyrim or Half-Life Alyx, man, that's a different breed of VR, that is, man. There's something really, really, really potentially treacherous with your brain if you're not careful. Yeah, so sim racing VR. Yeah, Elite Dangerous. I always recommend if anyone's gonna get a VR headset, they need to start with something like car racing, or one of the spaceship, steampunk, sitting in like a flying taxi. Anything where you've got a persistent frame of reference, such as a steering wheel, or a dash panel, or a dashboard. Anything that is static, that gives you a point of visual. It's a visual anchor. Whereas in Skyrim or any game where it's first person looking around, no matter which control scheme you use, that is way more disorientating. Yeah, Elite Dangerous. Yeah, Elite Dangerous is fantastic. But obviously, this is what I'm saying to Hicks, you see. A lot of my strategies to make sure you've got things set up right and you're not going to like end up melting your brain, they ain't for a 5-year-old. Do you know what I mean? A 5-year-old ain't going to be playing Elite Dangerous, you know, or iRacing, or... You know what I mean? It's a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah, Lego Fortnite is really good, yeah. It's such a nice game. It's colourful, and the sounds of the bricks clicking together. And you know, you've got, you know, it's beautiful. Just be careful of the trap. You don't, two days later, you find out she's like playing Counter-Strike Go because she's got into Fortnite X. Don't buy a Switch now, because the Switch 2's coming out soon, dude. So either wait and get a cheap old Switch second-hand, or get the new one. Get Rock Band. So many memories playing music with the kids. Yeah, we were talking about Rock Band and the guitars, weren't we? Was it yesterday? Where's the front time when you crash in VR? Casco's been playing PlayStation VR 2 a lot. Bloody your eyes. He bought himself a PlayStation VR 2 headset. I should mention he's got some shit moments that he could explain. My 8-year-old only plays Job Simulator on VR. Only from outer space. Yeah, you said. There you go. You know, a 5-year-old's attention span. Who knows? I mean, Hicks obviously they're all different, aren't they? But I just wouldn't put a kid in VR at that age myself. I don't think that. There's plenty of other things. We didn't need VR back then, and it's not like it's going to be a revolution. So VR's got a long way to go, right? And yes, you know, it is brilliant, but I think it's probably too early for that. I would have thought. You're right, Faithful. How are you, mate? Right, ladies and gents, I'm afraid as much as I love this conversation, it's an absolute pleasure to have you all chipping in and helping X out. And it's lovely to see you as well today, Elegon. I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I do apologise for all the interruptions today. Just obviously, like I said, girlfriend right now is really not well. Really bad night last night, guys. Well, I tried to just keep you. I don't like talking about it, so obviously I just got it out. Told you what I could at the start of the stream earlier today. So we'll see how it goes. But to everyone that's joined us, thank you all very, very much. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Super chill Snowrunner. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow, and we will certainly be back here if we can on Friday with some expeditions. We've very kindly been given a copy of expeditions, as we saw earlier. So we'll be having a look at that, and you know, maybe expeditions will have rolling content, and when it hasn't got rolling content, we can always come back, jump in a bit of Snowrunner. If anybody wants to just like join me with this, you know, while I have a cup of coffee and you go and do your little bit, you're more than welcome. We just ask that you only join us like with the same cars kind of thing. I'm playing it as a chill simulator, so yeah, I don't have to join obviously, but it's a fun game. I thoroughly enjoy it. So. Yeah, thanks, Missy, thank you. To everyone that's joined us, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for a wonderful chinwag. Thanks for keeping me company. If you want to come and join us on Discord, !mark Discord in chat will get you a link to the Discord server. Pop over there. If you post introductions, I can sort out your posting permissions. If it's any post you ever make, it's really not a problem. Feel free. And to everyone that's subbed and obviously supported the channel in other ways today, thank you all ever so much. Huge respect. And I do apologise because I know Ninja, and I think I saw Lethal Shrimp because his name's awesome. But Ninja, if you're out there, mate, I'm so sorry. So sorry, dude. I've literally just refreshed it like I did yesterday, and it's showing that you subbed for 32 months over 2 hours ago, Ninja. I'm just going to replay it. I'm so sorry I missed it, dude. It looks like it froze because obviously we've had to reboot the stream a couple of 3 times today, haven't we? So I do apologise, Ninja. Thank you ever so much for the 32. That's unforgivable of me. To everyone out there, thanks for a cracking day. Like I said, we normally stream every single day of the week, 8:15 in the morning to 3:15 in the afternoon. As a point of reference, it's what, 3:34 here. So I'll be back at 8:15 tomorrow morning. Stay safe out there. Thank you all very, very much for watching.
Feel